Good evening, everybody. Welcome to episode 9 of the JARcast. It is March 16th, 2021. And this week on the show, we're looking at the future of Zack Snyder's Justice League. Once again, last week of Justice League stuff. Pee-wee's big comeback. Coked out bears. The king is once again the king of the world. How Netflix is tired of your shit and more. So, welcome everybody. How is everybody doing this evening? Let's take a look over here at the chat and give it just a minute before we get things started. Per usual, I'm going to be doing about 2 stories. Do about 2 stories and then chat, 2 stories, chat, 2 stories, chat, and then we'll jump into the trailers. This week on the trailer side of things, by the way. Trailers side of things, by the way. I have something a little special. Something a little longer. So those of you that like the long shows, I don't plan on this show being really long. What's that doing over there? I don't plan on this show being particularly long, but I do plan on we're looking at one trailer. Sorry, I got sidetracked. We're looking at one trailer today and a short film. And by short film, I mean it's about 25 minutes long, 25, 30 minutes long. It's a popular one that has recently showed up. It's a Batman short film. But this isn't just like some cheapo bullshit Batman film that like this is some legit shit. This is like it's from Bat in the Sun, I believe is the name of the we've talked about it here in the chat before. But they make some legit shows, and they've been doing like little shorts about people like popular characters versus other popular characters. But they went ahead and they have made some short films before, but this is like from what I understand, a pretty ambitious one, and I was told that I should give it a watch. I'd heard of it, and it just came out this past week. But I figured I'd watch it at some point, but I wasn't like in a big hurry. But I'd heard about it, and somebody contacted me and said, man, you really got to watch this. It's fucking awesome. So we're going to check that out, and I'm going to react to it. Let's see. While I'm going through the chat here, have any of you guys seen, I think it's called Easy to Die? Is that what it's called? Hang on, I got it right here. Let me look. It is called Dying is Easy. I'm sorry, Batman Dying is Easy is what it's called. But we're going to check that out at the end of the show. That'll be one of the last things we look at. Short's here. She's been here since pretty close to the beginning when I said, hey, I'm running a few minutes behind. I didn't even notice what time it was. I knew it was coming up on time, but I was, configuring a few things. I looked down. I was like, oh, shit. So I was running a couple of minutes behind. My bad. Thanks for you guys that have been hanging out. Thanks for hanging out. Greg's here. What's up, Greg? Yeah, Short. Hey, Greg, how the hell are you? Short said, the movies I wanted to ask you if you've seen or heard of them. What? What's doing good? I am doing good, Greg. How about yourself? I'm still a bit behind, like I said from last week, but I have gotten back. I'd hoped to release something I will release something every day this week, but I'd hoped to release something new, a review every day this week, but I didn't quite get there. I had something come up this weekend. I had to go out of town unexpectedly. Nothing bad, but it was just something I had to take care of, and it was only supposed to be a day trip, and I was like, okay, well, Saturday shot, but I'll do everything Sunday, and I ended up being there until Sunday night at like 11 o'clock, so I was gone all weekend. It wasn't a terrible trip, but it was for it wasn't like a pleasure trip either, but I did get to see some family I hadn't seen in a while and everything, especially with COVID. I haven't seen some of these people in over a year, so that was kind of neat. But I didn't get to do much with the channel, so I'm still kind of rushing. But I've got some reviews already done. I've got one coming out tomorrow morning. It's supposed to come out today, but it's coming out first thing tomorrow morning. It's a movie I'm really excited about. I want you guys to check it out. I'll talk about that at the end. But yeah, that's me. I mean, my world is YouTube. I have a job, but I kind of go there to pay the bills. It's not terrible, but that's my world. And as far as my YouTube world, doing pretty good. Can't complain. Feel a little behind, but I'm getting caught up, and no later than this week, and I will be totally caught up and smooth sailing next week. Maria May, 2018. Oh, these are the movies that Short was talking about. I think she's asking Greg, but I'm going to read them anyway. Maria May, 2018. Clown, 2014. I've seen Clown. Is that the one where the guy puts the clown costume on and he can't get it out? That movie was pretty good. Bruce Willis, Vice. I've seen that. Yes, I've seen that, but I don't remember much about it. I always get that and what was the one where he's like the clones that everybody walks around in the world with that he's in? Vice 2015. Surrogates. Yeah, Bruce Willis. Surrogates. That's the one I was talking about. I have seen Surrogates. I remember that one being okay. Cooties. Cooties was actually really good. I really like that. I want a sequel to that. I doubt we'll ever get it, but that was a really good movie. Those are my opinions. I know you're talking to Greg, and I just inserted myself in the conversation. Greg said, I like Clown. Cooties wasn't my fave. Oh, okay. Wasn't Greg's fave. I mean, it wasn't like amazing, but I had a good time with it. From what I remember, I saw it in 2014. And so that was, what, 7 years ago. It's funny you say that about Cooties, though. One of my kids, one of my 17-year-olds, asked me about that movie just like yesterday, I think. Asking if I had it, and she wanted to watch. She'd seen it when it first came out a long time ago, but I think she wanted to watch it for some reason. That's odd. Ryan from What Were You Watching is here. What's up, Ryan? Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to you as well, sir. I remember it's about you having a body you control. Oh, Surrogates. Yeah, Surrogates is like the whole world. Everybody is like in this VR-esque world, but like their avatars are actually out in the real world. Nobody actually goes outside. Only these like manufactured clone maybe robots. I can't really remember, but they like look like people, and Bruce Willis is one of them. It's like everybody is at home. It's almost like a virtual world, but they're controlling beings of some sort in a real world. I do remember that. Of the three, the Clown was my favorite. Clown was really good. That was a very creative movie. Clapping for Chlamydia's here. What's up, Clapping for Chlamydia? Can't go wrong with Eli Roth. Usually you can't go wrong. He does pretty good stuff. I wasn't a huge fan of Hostel, though, and that's what put him on the map. I thought Hostel was really cool once they got to the friggin' part that it was known for, but I thought it took for fucking ever to get there. I probably should watch that again. I haven't seen that since it first came out, and I remember kind of being underwhelmed, but everybody hyped it up so much. Short said, I loved Clown. It was so different. Well, mate, yes, it was. You should try Anna and the Apocalypse. I've heard of that, but I have not seen that. Who told me? I think one of my kids told me about that. You have a 17-year-old kid, but you look so young, said Clapping for Chlamydia. Yes, Clapping for Chlamydia. I have two 17-year-old daughters, and I also have a 20-year-old daughter who will be 21 this year. And I have more. They get younger. I have 6 in all. I'll put it on my list. Cool. All right. Okay. Well, I'm all caught up on the chat. Glad to see you guys here. Got a few people in here. We'll go ahead and get started because, as I said, those of you that are here, I think I'm going to pin a comment about this thing at the end. We are going to be watching a short film at the end of the stream here, and I'm going to give my reaction, and we can all watch it together if you like. It's a short Batman movie called, I already forgot what it is. Dying is Easy. Batman Dying is Easy. It's supposed to be really high quality and really awesome. That's what I've been told. I know the people that made it. I don't know them, but I know that the people that made it, I've seen some of their stuff in the past, and it was all really high quality. So I am looking forward to that. Hang out. Whoops. Round. I'm a terrible typer, by the way, especially when I get this microphone in front of me and I'm like stretched out like this. Round for the end. When we watch. This is a terribly worded sentence. We're about to get this started right now, guys. I'm just putting this in here. Batman. Dying is easy. Okay. I'm going to put that, and I think I saw earlier I can pin a comment. Look at me, pin a message. All right, cool. Hopefully everybody will see that. Also, everybody who is in here, if you enjoy what you're seeing, hit that like button. It helps the stream while it's up. Of course, after the stream is over, I will be taking it down, and a compressed version of this will come up later on for those of you that miss the whole thing and are interested in seeing it. The whole thing will be put up, but all the fat, like what we're doing right here and all this shit, will be cut out, and it'll be a much more compressed, more digestible podcast. And, of course, will be on audio podcast providers as well. And this is my very manly flower coffee cup. So I've got my coffee. I've hit my vape. So that means it's time to get started. Where am I going? There we go. Okay. So here we go. We'll do 2 stories, then we'll come back to the chat, and then we'll do 2 more. Yada, yada, yada. You guys know the drill. Here we go. Got some pretty cool stories this week to go over. I'm excited to talk about. Nothing huge and world-ending, but some pretty interesting stuff and a few things really out of left field that I wasn't expecting. So let's jump right into the very first one. And I promise, well, I don't promise, but most likely, unless I reference it, this is probably the last time on this podcast that I will talk about Zack Snyder's Justice League, because it seems as if I talk about this shit every fucking week. But as we lead up to this movie that does come out this Thursday in 2 days, or a day and a half, just more and more news keeps on coming out. All kinds of stuff continues to just surface about this movie, and we just can't get away from it. It's a huge deal. It's a big thing. I'm looking forward to it. It seems like a whole lot of people are. But what we're going to talk about here is probably a little bit, I don't know if it's sad, but some downer news for those that are really looking forward to or really into the Zack Snyderverse, I think is what they're calling it now, the Snyderverse. But either way, whatever they're calling it, this is going to be it, because Zack Snyder's Justice League sequels that they talked about, and apparently after last week's show, they started saying, hey, they actually might do them if Zack Snyder's Justice League is done or comes off. If it's a success, they may actually go forward with those sequels. There were apparently some talks about that. But alas, that's not happening because Zack Snyder's Justice League sequels are not happening. The story goes as this. Zack Snyder confirmed that Justice League will be the last movie he makes in the DC film universe, effectively shutting down the idea behind the growing #Restore the Snyderverse campaign. See, they tried to get another Snyder Cut thing going. Apparently it was actually going, but he's putting the kibosh on all that right now. In his words, they are 100% moving away, he said. They consider the theatrical cut of Justice League as canon. The Times reported and asked him why the end of the movie, or why end the movie on a cliffhanger at all if he didn't intend to follow up the story. And I was wondering that too. I haven't seen the movie yet. I am like one of the only people on YouTube who didn't get a preview screener of the damn movie. So a little bit humbling, admittedly. But I haven't seen it yet. I got to wait with everybody else until Thursday or late Wednesday night and watch this 4-hour epic. But I'm hearing good things, but I have heard that it does leave it off on a cliffhanger for the second movie. And that's when that whole Joker thing comes into play, apparently, that the only thing that they actually filmed 100% new. When they asked him that, he said, I added it because this was going to be the last movie I make for the DCU. And to have this entire cinematic universe without Batman and Joker meeting up just felt weird. The ask was for my version of the movie. I get that. And I mean, I guess I can't really say that leaving it on that cliffhanger. I don't know how the original version was going to end, but seeing as how they did film that, I don't think that this is actually his 100% his original version of it. He clearly had I think this is going to be mostly his original vision of the movie. But that part clearly was not in the original version because they just shot it here this past year sometime. The upcoming Flash movie will reportedly erase the Snyderverse. Yes, the Flash movie is still in the making, apparently. We're going to talk about that in a bit, too. It's going to erase the Snyderverse with a time travel plot that is intended to create a multiverse crisis, allowing Ben Affleck's Batman to exit and Michael Keaton's Batman to be reintroduced. The Flash will allow Warner Brothers to start from scratch, effectively ending Snyder's time in the DC film universe. You know, I gotta wonder. I know that the whole Flashpoint, I think that's what they call it, where the Flash goes and changes something and then like creates all these multiverses and stuff like that, or something along those lines. I don't know everything about it, but I know that that's a big thing in the DC universe. And I think that was, for a while at least, with this supposed Flash movie, they had been saying that they were going to do something like that. But I do got to wonder, are they doing that because of Snyder's, because the DCEU has been pretty much Zack Snyder's baby up until Justice League. I mean, even though he didn't direct like Wonder Woman or Aquaman, but he was a creative force behind it. He was the producer. That whole thing was all him. He was like the Kevin Feige of the DCEU up until he exited in 2016 or 17, whatever it was. So I gotta wonder, were they just kind of like, okay, we want to get rid of this guy and just kind of start anew and go a new direction, and that's why they're doing this Flashpoint thing. I don't know. The idea of the whole Flashpoint changing or time travel thing is neat, but I'm wondering what their motivation behind it is. I'm honestly just surprised they're still making a Flash movie. He also went, Zack Snyder also had to say, I'm trying to put together this movie called Horse Latitudes, a super micro-budget movie that I'm going to go shoot with my buddies in South America, Snyder said of his upcoming project. He's also got an adaptation of Ayn Rand's, The Fountainhead, on the back burner for when the U.S. is less divided as a country. I'd heard of that. That's actually a story that they were talking about, how he had been talking about wanting to make that movie, but I guess it has a lot of political overtones or undertones, one or the other. It deals with politics a lot, and he said that this just isn't the time right now to make that movie. I can respect that. I mean, that's cool. You know, if you're going to make a movie that is deep-rooted in politics, to make it right now, I think it's going to be compared to current politics. And him saying that he's not going to make that movie kind of, I feel like, says, you know, hey, that's not what this movie's about. Yeah, it deals with politics, but not today's politics. So I respect the fact that he's doing that. But I digress. Never mind. As far as like the Justice League sequels they sounded kind of out there and crazy, some of them. I mean, like with the whole Lois Lane getting pregnant with Batman's kid and Superman going evil, kind of like a Injustice kind of thing and all that, and like this love triangle between them. It all kind of sounded a bit weird, but I would have been game for it. It sounded very grand. The whole thing sounded just big, and I would have been down for that. But unfortunately, if that's something that you were looking forward to and you were hoping would be happening, it's unfortunately not going to be happening. So I hope you like the current DCEU, or I hope you are okay with them changing it. I don't know what direction they're going to go with it. Are they going to have like a Justice League sequel, but it's going to be a sequel to that 2017 movie that pretty much nobody liked? I don't know. It seems odd. But you know what? The Snyder Cut comes out in a few days, and if it just does gangbusters, I mean, if it is just, because it's getting really good reviews up to this point, early reviews, if it just is amazing and blows everybody away and they see money in it, that's the one thing I think that could definitely change it. So if there's money to be made there, you best believe that Warner Brothers will jump on that. They're not going to just let money go away. I think that they kind of want to get Zack Snyder out, and he might kind of be soured on the whole thing. He might be like, you know what, I did my thing. I'm done with it. At one point in my life, I wanted to do all that, but everything that's happened because of this whole situation, I'm just not really interested in doing any more DCU stuff. And I can understand that. The guy's been through a whole lot as far as this property goes. So, wishing the best, and who knows what's going to happen with DC now. Is it going to be a fractured mess? Is it going to be one big thing? Who knows? I guess we're going to find out eventually, but next in line is the Flash movie. And with that, we will segue into our next story, which is the Flash movie casting update. Apparently, I was kind of surprised to read this because, this movie pops up every few months. Like every 6 months, they'll say something about the Flash movie. And I keep thinking, this movie's just not happening. It was supposed to come out like around the time of Aquaman, I think, or something like that. It's been, what? Aquaman was 2017 or 18. Justice League was 2017. And that was the first time we really saw Ezra Miller as Flash. It is now 2021. This movie, not one frame of this movie has been shot as far as I know. So at best, we're looking at 2022 before we see this movie. I think that's actually, we're going to learn here in a minute. Yeah, November 4th, 2022 supposedly is when this movie's coming out. We'll see. I'm going to call bullshit on that until I, see a trailer at least. So, but this story is talking about the casting, and Ezra Miller apparently is still the Flash. I'd heard that he wasn't, but according to this article, he is. It says the Flash may be losing a father, and that's talking about Billy. What is his name? It's down here further. Billy Crudup. He is the dad. He played the dad in Justice League, the Flash's dad. He is apparently left due to scheduling concerns. But it says the Flash may be losing a father, but the Scarlet Speedster is gaining a mother. I'm going to butcher this name. Maribel Verdú has been cast as Barry Allen's mom in The Flash, the movie. A character that's expected to play a pivotal part in the upcoming comic book adventure. At the same time, Billy Crudup is departing the project and will no longer portray the Flash's dad due to scheduling conflicts for the Apple TV Plus drama The Morning Show. The Flash, the first standalone adventure for the character following appearances in Justice League and BVS, Dawn of Justice. Really, we don't want to call it an appearance. I guess he did. He was in like some crappy surveillance video for like 5 seconds. But anyway, The Flash is going to feature Ezra Miller as the speedster known as Barry Allen. The cast also includes Sasha Calle as Supergirl. I did hear that they cast a Supergirl, so apparently she's going to be in this one recently. Ben Affleck as Batman. Surprisingly, I guess he's coming back. And Michael Keaton as another Batman. I'd heard them talking about this whole Michael Keaton coming back as Batman thing. It's got to be years ago now. But is that really still happening? And Michael Keaton has been dipping his toes in the whole comic book thing with like Spider-Man and all that, and even Venom. He was in the wasn't he in the end of Venom? I think, if I remember, I might be getting my movies crossed. I think he was just like a cameo in the very end of the Venom movie. Maybe I'm wrong, but he's in that universe, or he's in the comic book movies. He's apparently down for it again. So I'd be okay with seeing him come back. I don't know if I want the new Batman to be him all the time. I don't know. We'll see. But anyway, Kiersey Clemons also recently joined the cast as Iris West, a romantic interest of the Flash. That is true. She did just recently officially join the cast, but she's already played the part of Iris West in the Justice League, but her part was totally cut out, and she'll be back in the Snyder Cut, so we will see her in a couple of days. But that was actually shot back in 2015-16 when they were doing all that. And so she was already the part of Iris West. That's Barry Allen, a.k.a. Flash's girlfriend, wife, depending on when it is. But I guess she just wasn't officially in the full movie yet, but she is now. Andy Muschietti, best known for It and the sequel, It Chapter 2, is directing. I found that pretty cool or pretty interesting because I think Muschietti is a good director. I mean, the first It is fucking amazing. I love that movie. That is a great, great movie. The second one is a bit bloated and had some issues, but it was still a good movie. It was an entertaining time. I'm still waiting on that It Chapter 2 supercut that he promised us. So where's that at, Muschietti? You've been working on this fucking Flash movie instead? Come on, give me that It one. That can't take that long, I don't think. Also, Christina Hodson, who wrote the Transformers spinoff Bumblebee and Birds of Prey, has penned the latest version of the screenplay. I liked Bumblebee. I thought Bumblebee was probably the best Transformers movie since the first one, if not the best out of the movies. Bumblebee was a good time. It was a really entertaining movie. And if they just left it there and said Christina Hodson, who wrote Transformers spinoff the Bumblebee, I would have been cool with it. But then they threw in Birds of Prey, and Birds of Prey, I didn't love it, but I'm not really sure if it's the writing or if it was the directing and what they did with it. So maybe her screenplay was fine. I don't know. Who knows? I mean, well, hell, for all we know, the Bumblebee screenplay was shit, and the execution was just really well. So, I mean, you never know. She's got a good one and a okay one there. I didn't hate Birds of Prey, but I definitely didn't think it was great. It was missing something, and it seemed like it had an agenda, but that could have not been the screenplay. That could have been the actual execution of the movie. So here's hoping that I've always liked the character The Flash. I thought he's pretty good. The TV show The Flash, I followed for a while. I don't anymore, but I really enjoyed that show. He's a cool character. Ezra Miller as The Flash. He's a little goofy, and I'm wondering how he'll be in this Zack Snyder's version that's coming. But I enjoyed his portrayal. I thought he was pretty cool. He looked cool. He was fine. We'll see. Maybe after I see this new Justice League movie, his character will be awesome. I don't know. But I'm looking forward to this movie, but I am, as I always say, cautiously optimistic. This movie's just had so many fucking problems, man. So many. I mean, they say, oh yeah, this lady's been cast as Barry Allen's mom. Is she still going to be cast if it takes this movie another 5 fucking years to come out? And how relevant is this movie going to be at that point? I don't know. We'll see. Is Ezra Miller going to age out of being the Flash at some point? Who the fuck knows? Anyway, as of right now, if you're a Flash fan, get ready-ish because it is slated to hit theaters November 4th, 2022. So about a year and a half away. So if you're a Flash fan, maybe not get pumped yet, but, a little bit closer to that time. Start getting pumped, unless they say that it's been delayed. I don't know. They put something down in stone now, so I guess they technically would have to, if they're going to move out, they would have to let us know. But maybe we'll get a trailer or something. I just want to, if they start shooting it, I'll have a bit more faith. But like I said, they haven't shot one single fucking frame of this movie. So, until they start doing that, I have very little faith that we're ever going to see this thing. So, let's see. What are you guys doing over here? Where'd my chat go? I lost my chat! Get this all set up. Okay. Alrighty, let's see. Ooh, lots of talking. I like it. I love it. I love the interactions and all that stuff. Are you guys looking forward to Flash? And what did I talk about before that? Oh, Justice League, Snyder's Cut. I'm pretty hyped about it, man. Especially with all these early reviews that all these fuckers who got a screener that I didn't get. Just playing. But if anybody in the chat has a screener, though, and you want to send it to me so I can watch it tonight, that'd be awesome. But I'm looking forward to seeing it Thursday. I'm going to try and see it Wednesday. Depends on what time it actually drops. If it drops like in the middle of the night, I might try and watch it Wednesday. But I'll definitely watch it Thursday because I'd like to get a review out on Thursday. At this point, it's almost like, why? But I'm sure I'm going to want to talk about this movie. But I'm looking forward to it. I've heard everybody say like lots of good things. And even there's been a couple of reviews that I saw that they didn't say it was amazing. A lot of people have been saying it's amazing. But some have said, it's all right. It's not all that. But none of them have said it's terrible. And everybody says it's loads better than the 2017 one. So I'm pretty excited about it. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Watch, I'm like all hyped about it and everything, and I'm going to watch it and be like, that fucking sucked. But anywho, let's see here. Where was I? Body control. Hello. Hang around. Okay. Yeah, everybody. If you see that pinned comment there, those of you that came in after I was stated it earlier, we will be watching Batman Dying is Easy, the short film, here at the end of the podcast and reacting to that new high-quality short Batman film that's supposed to be really fucking cool. We'll see. At the end of the movie Clown, they made it look like there's going to be a part 2. I can't wait. I don't remember I remember the end, the basic end of that movie. I remember they were like in the basement or something. I don't remember how they killed him or got away from him or whatever. I cannot remember. But yeah, I'd take a part 2 of that movie. That was a very creative movie. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, Greg, I'm with you. I hope so, but it's been quite a while since it came out. But that's one of those movies that wasn't like huge when it first came out. I remember I saw it around the time, it wasn't right when it first came out, but it was around the time it came out, probably like 6 months or so after it came out, because I'm a weirdo and I like those kind of movies. But that movie didn't really pick up steam until like the last year or so. I think maybe it showed up on a streaming platform and then people actually started seeing it. That's when you started hearing people talk about it. You start seeing it show up in like top 10 videos of this, that, or, horror movies that top 10 great horror movies that nobody's seen or nobody talks about or whatever. So, I mean, now maybe if it gets a resurgence here over the, in the past couple of years, and after the whole pandemic thing dies down a little bit, maybe, who knows? Maybe they'll make one. Maybe not. Antonio is here. What is up, Antonio? How you doing, my man? I saw you sent me an email, Antonio, a little while ago. As I was getting ready to this, it said something about a business. I hope you don't mind me saying that here in front of everybody, by the way. I just blurted that out. But I didn't get a chance to read it. I just kind of was skimming over, looking at some other stuff. So I'm not ignoring your email, by the way. I don't know what it was about. What were you watching? I'm definitely watching it. Definitely expecting a 4-hour-long version of the same movie. Ryan, I'm with you, man. I heard that is one thing it's kind of scary, but not everybody, but a few people, I don't know. Some people have said this is a completely different movie, but I've heard more people that sound like they're not hyping it up too much, saying it is essentially at its core the same story, but the way it's told is so much better. It's like it's the same basic story. Oops. Hang on a minute. Oh, you're not supposed to see that yet. You guys should have said something about that music being on. Or you probably did down there. I thought I cut that off. My bad. Anyway, but yeah, it was. I've heard that it was the same basic story, but it's just told so much better, and there's so much more character and a lot more like cool scenes and stuff like. I just heard it's a better experience all around. And a lot of the stuff I've heard, people are like, "Why in the hell would they ever cut this out? Why did they take this out?" And it's just its execution is just. That's the part that I think that's where people are getting things twisted up. Once again, I haven't seen it yet, but people saying, "Oh, it's a totally different movie." It's probably not. The basics of it are probably still the same. Like if you read a synopsis, it would probably be the same synopsis would go for both. But the execution is probably totally different. Well, we know it's totally different because it's 4 fucking hours long. At least half of it's totally different because it's twice as long as the original. But and also they say that Joss Whedon, I think, shot 60 or 80%, reshot 60 to 80% of the movie. So I'm looking forward to it too, man. I'm excited to see it. Greg, maybe they are just taking time to make it. I hope they make Clown 2. Yeah, maybe they are short. Maybe they're taking their time. Movies, filmmakers used to do that back in the day. They just took their time to make movies. People would be wanting them, and they just like, it'll come out. And that was kind of neat. They weren't oversaturating the market. They weren't just like striking when the iron's hot. They were just, we're going to give it time, let it marinate, and then we're going to come out. Look at Terminator, man. That movie was fucking huge in 1984. Nowadays, if Terminator came out now, there would be a Terminator 2 at least like releasing within 2 years, like actually releasing, if not 1 year. But I mean, Terminator 2 came out in 91. 91? Yeah. So, I mean, that's unprecedented nowadays. If a movie's a huge hit like that they actually wait that long. And that was because James Cameron was like, I got an idea. I'll work on it later. I got some other stuff I'm going to work on and we'll come back to it. I kind of like that, you know? You kind of, it makes you appreciate that original, and then it allows that hype to build when the next one comes out. It's like, it's been years and you're just like, fuck yeah. You don't get that from movies nowadays because the sequel comes out a year later or whatever. Greg said, good, it's time to kick that dude out. You talking about Zack Snyder? I like Zack Snyder. He is very self-indulgent. I will give him that. His movies are very self-indulgent. He makes some long fucking movies. Oh shit, I lost my place. Clapping for Chlamydia said, these movies have been largely disappointing. I say the decision to end things altogether is a mercy killing. Well, they're not ending things, they're just ending the Snyderverse. So they're going to continue making DC movies. Michael Keaton is the best Batman. Ben Affleck being cast was a huge mistake. I liked Ben Affleck as Batman. And I'm not talking about Justice League, but like Ben Affleck I thought was a lot better than I was expecting. I mean, that's my opinion. If you didn't like him, that's fine. But I thought he was a cool Batman. Maybe the material he was given, maybe the movies he was in weren't the best, but I thought him as Batman, he was pretty cool. I liked his portrayal. Michael Keaton was the best Batman, but The Dark Knight was the best Batman movie. The one with the Joker. Yeah. I'll give you that. The Dark Knight was really good. Michael Keaton was a good damn Batman. Michael Keaton was so surprising because I remember when he was cast. I was younger, of course, but I remember when that movie came out, and you got to think at the time when they said, and you know, we didn't get news like we do nowadays. I remember when I was a kid, and I either read it in like a magazine or saw the trailer for Batman, or I'm sure I saw it in a magazine first. I just remember them saying Michael Keaton, and I mean, we saw the pictures and we were like, yeah, he looks cool, but it's fucking Mr. Mom. Mr. Mom is going to be Batman? Really? It just, everybody was doubting it. And he killed it. He was really good at it. If they have like an old man Batman, I think it would be cool to bring him back. Like the Dark Knight Rises. Is the Dark Knight Rises? No. That's the movie. I can't remember. The one where Batman, well, it's BVS was based on it, where Batman and Superman, I have the graphic novel around here somewhere, where Batman and Superman fight, but Batman's like an old man at that point. That should have been Michael Keaton. Short said, I totally agree with clapping for Chlamydia. Snyder gets the boot, says Greg. We will get the Gambit movie before the Flash movie. Yeah, Greg, I'm with you. The Gambit movie with Channing Tatum. Michael Keaton, I think, is too old. I'm not feeling that. Yeah, he's not too old to play the part. I think he's too old to be like the main Batman in a movie. It's just, that's not Batman, you know. But I don't think he's too old to, maybe if they had like another DC movie that was based in the future or something, or like whenever he's supposed to be an older Batman, he's not the main character. I think that could work. Like after he's been Batman, if he came back, that would be pretty neat. Greg said, it seems they're just looking back in the past, things good, trying to bring them back, not realizing that it's not the talent on screen that matters as much as the talent. Oh, as much as the tale. Yes, I agree. Look at, I blanked there. I don't know what I was going to say. Hell Knight's here. What's up, Hell Knight? But he retracted his question. Oh, talent behind the camera. Yes, Greg, you are 100%. You're 100% accurate there. Clapping for Chlamydia said, "I'm an Ezra Miller fan. Bisexual male representation for the win." Oh, is he bisexual? I didn't know. I liked his portrayal of the Flash. I mean, comparing it to, what's the guy's name on the show? I can't remember the guy's name. It's been so long since I watched the show. The guy who plays him on the show, I like his portrayal as well. But that's a TV show, and we don't we don't scrutinize TV shows as much as we do movies. I liked Ezra Miller in Justice League, but I'm really interested to see his portrayal in the Snyder Cut, because I heard like everybody's roles are totally different. Like the way that they're much darker, they're different. I don't know. We'll see. Hell Knight said, sorry for missing some of your streams, but I leave you with this. Who is your favorite? Sorry for missing some of your... I'm sorry, it's kind of like streamed together. Sorry for missing some of your streams. That's no problem, man. It's cool. I understand we all got life. But I leave you with this. Who is your favorite and least favorite Bond? Sean Connery, Roger Moore, Timothy Dalton, Pierce Brosnan, Daniel Craig. Didn't you ask me this once? I don't remember. You asked me a lot of James Bond questions. My favorite? It's not Timothy Dalton. It's not Roger Moore. Sean Connery, man, he's like that's a tough one. Sean Connery, it's not Pierce Brosnan either. I thought Pierce Brosnan was okay. Daniel Craig, I really like. I'm going to say Sean Connery overall, but I want to give you a two-pronged answer and say, if we're talking about Bondverse, I think Daniel Craig should be young James Bond, and as an older version, it would be Sean Connery. I think they're the same Bond. The others are like different Bonds, but I think that they could pull that off to where they could be the same Bond. George Lazenby doesn't count because he's not as important as Bond. Agreed. See, short and sweet, agreed. Sean Connery and Daniel Craig are my favorite James Bonds. Me too. Timothy Dalton, favorite. Daniel Craig, least. Really clapping for chlamydia. That's a spicy hot take. I didn't hate Timothy Dalton as James Bond. I don't think he had a chance to really shine as James Bond. Hold on, Daniel Craig, least favorite, huh? That's what Hell Knight said. Hey, man, that's cool. If you don't like Daniel Craig, you don't like Daniel Craig. I'm partial to Pierce Brosnan. I thought Pierce Brosnan had that swagger for James Bond. He just seems like he's like that in real life. He has that James Bond swagger. He's the very refined, he's the refined middle-aged James Bond. Daniel Craig is awesome, but I don't like the way his Bond is written. Too much of an action hero and not enough of spy games. I'll give you that. Yeah, he is. The new Bonds are much more action-y. But those are the movies nowadays. Brosnan is Hell Knight's favorite. Oh, wow. Daniel Craig always has looked like a bad guy to me. He's played bad guys before. Tomb Raider, the original Tomb Raider movie. Not a very good movie in my opinion, but he was the bad guy in it. And he, in that movie, side note, ironically enough, he was an Englishman talking with an American accent, and they had the main character, played by Angelina Jolie, an American, talking with an English accent. Just saying. I thought that was funny. Bond was never meant to be a muscle hulk. Not that I'm complaining about Daniel Craig in a Speedo. Well, I mean... I think I'm with you. He does it. He really is much more of a brute, and that's why I kind of liked him, like in like Casino Royale, and even what's the other one? Hell Knight he'll mention it. Quantum of Solace. I always viewed that as like young Bond, when maybe he was more impulsive and more like brute force, beat somebody up, kind of. He's more quick to jump on somebody and. Because let's be real. Even if there's younger viewers in here, that's younger. People are typically quicker to like be impulsive like that and less likely to think as much stuff through. I'm not saying that all young people are dumb or anything, but when you get older, you typically will survey a situation a bit more than when you were younger. I know I did. I would jump headfirst into everything. And that's how I kind of saw Daniel Craig as like young James Bond come in, and he just jumped right into it. And like Brosnan and even Connery were like the older one who would kind of survey the situation, use their gadgets, be smarter about it, work smarter, not harder kind of thing, and still have that swagger. But the thing is Daniel Craig's arc in the later films in the recent Bond movies, he's supposed to be getting older. Like he is older now. I don't know what the passage of time in these movies is, but my understanding is he's like retired and he's getting older. So I guess, they just kind of redid the whole Bond thing. Dalton is very underrated. I think he is. His movies, he was only in 2. Living Daylights, and I can't remember the other one. But they weren't the greatest, but they weren't terrible. They were still very much in that old Bond kind of way. They got a little corny. Oh, I see your point. Clapping for chlamydia. Dalton is very underrated if you accept the Bond is supposed to be this incognito mastermind. Yeah, Daniel Craig's Bond goes in guns blazing. No subtitles there. No subtleties there. He does, and that's why I've always equated him as the younger one, like I said, even though they've made him the older one now. Connery is my least favorite, but I like all of them except Lazenby. I watched the 4K of Batman 1989, and there was a shot in a fight scene where it was so obvious it was a stunt double. Yeah, that's one of the things you get with all these 4Ks and these higher resolutions we're getting now, especially when they go to older movies. You see so much more now. I mean, the movies looked great, and if you watch them on like DVD or even Blu-ray in some cases, they still look great. But 4K, if it's a good 4K transfer, it pretties up everything so much that stuff starts to look bad. That's why they went back with the Lord of the Rings 4K release they did this a couple of months ago. They went back and tweaked a lot of the special effects because they were like, they really start to show their age in this higher resolution. So they went back and like sharpened the effects up as well. My understanding is the movie looks great. Surprisingly, I have not gotten that yet, being my favorite movie ever. I tried getting it and it was sold out. Hell Knight said, I will still defend Tomb Raider. It wasn't an awful movie, but I just didn't care for it that much. Greg said, really? That 2018 piece of shit movie? No, the 2001 movie was the one that Daniel Craig was in. Not the 2018 movie. I prefer the Angelina Jolie ones. I just did. Well, I like the second one. See, I'm weird. I'm the odd man out there. I did not care for the first Tomb Raider, the first Angelina Tomb Raider. I thought she was a great Tomb Raider. She was a great Lara Croft. But you see my review. I didn't care for the movie that much. It was just, it couldn't make up its mind if it wanted to be like kind of goofy over the top or if it wanted to be like serious. It just never would commit to either way. And it just didn't do it for me. It didn't do it for me when I saw it in theaters back in the day. It didn't do it for me when I rewatched it last year sometime. But the second one, and that's the one most people hate, the one that came, the Cradle of Life, it is just batshit insane, over the top, just crazy. That shit was fun as hell. I liked it. It's stupid. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but they committed to that shit. They just said, hey, we're going all out. And I appreciated that. They committed. They made a decision. They went one way or the other. I don't really give a fuck which way, but they committed to one, and they went all out on it, so I was cool with it. She punches a fucking shark that's growling at her underwater. It whimpers and swims away as she rides it. I mean, that right there makes it worth it. Have you ever tried to punch something underwater, by the way? Much less a fucking shark? No, I'm talking about the Angelina Jolie one first. Oh, yeah, that one was good, but I think the second was the killer of the franchise. Don't remember much about it. Punching sharks underwater, Greg. That's all you need to know about the second one. Your Tomb Raider review is how I found your channel, says Clapping for Chlamydia. I enjoyed those movies, but they came out when I was super young. I mean, and that's how I look at movies, man. I might hate something. If you love it, right on. Go for it. I'm happy you enjoyed them. I didn't hate. There was none of them I hated. But I didn't like like I said, I just didn't like the first Angelina Jolie one as much as a lot of people did. I thought she was really good in it. I thought she was a great choice for Lara Croft. I didn't hate Cradle of Life, but it was so stupid for me. But at the same time, I love Transporter 2. Yeah, see Hell Knight? There you go. And that's what, I mean, I fully acknowledge that the Cradle of Life, for really all the Tomb Raider movies, but especially the Cradle of Life, is ridiculous. It's not a good movie, but it's a fun movie. It's entertaining, and that's what I am looking for out of a movie, is to be entertained. It ain't got to be good. It ain't got to be Shakespeare. It ain't got to be fucking Schindler's List. But I just want to, the 2 hours that I'm sitting down or so to watch a movie, I just want to be entertained. And sometimes entertained means it's just some corny-ass, goofy fun. Alrighty. Let's see. What's next? I'm going to try this so I don't... Watch this. At least Cradle of Life ain't Transporter 3. There you go, Hell Knight. See, look, we can agree on that. I'm going to put this, and that is where I left off in the comments. Look at me, evolving my technique every time. So let's jump in to the next thing. Where's... Lost my place. Okay. Nope, that's not what we want to do. Get this ready. There we are. Alrighty. On with the show. Well, The Flash may take forever to come out and be the slowest movie about a fast man to come out, but another movie that's coming out fairly quick probably, which it's going to be in 2022 as well, but it'll probably still be out before The Flash, is something pretty crazy from a crazy duo of directors that I've kind of enjoyed their movies, but they're teaming up with another director that some like and some don't for a really interesting movie. Not a lot of details on it, but what we got is kind of fucking out there. And what I'm talking about is Lord and Miller, the directors Lord and Miller, and their next crazy ride about a fucking bear. According to THR, Elizabeth Banks, hang on, has signed on to direct Cocaine Bear for producers Phil Lord and Chris Miller. As the title implies, the film is literally about a bear in the woods that eats a bunch of cocaine and dies. The film is based on the true story from a 1985 New York Times article about a 170-pound bear that dies of a drug overdose. Cocaine Bear will mark the third film for Elizabeth Banks behind the camera. Previously, she directed the features Pitch Perfect 2 and 2019's Charlie's Angels. Cocaine Bear is expected to begin filming this summer, which means a 2022 release is likely. So yeah, there's a movie about a fucking coked out bear coming that's apparently at least loosely based on a true story. All right, cool. I'm cool with that. And Lord and Miller are involved. And if you know anything about Lord and Miller's previous movies, just take Cocaine Bear and Lord and Miller, and that kind of makes you say, okay, yeah, I see that happening. I could, the frantic insanity of their movies with this crazy premise, I think could be a good time. I don't know what they're going to do, what this movie's going to be about. I mean, they gave it away. I didn't know that the bear died, but apparently this bear, it's a true story about a bear that got a hold of a bag of coke and got coked out of its fucking mind. I don't know what it did in real life, but apparently it did die. But so what is this movie going to be about? Is it going to go like on a murderous rampage or something? Is it going to like start talking? Is it going to be like a surreal kind of crazy movie? I don't know. I'm thinking it's going to be at least somewhat of a comedic take on the whole situation. Lord and Miller being the director, they were originally going to be the directors here, but apparently since things got pushed out, it conflicted with schedules, and now they're just producing, which producing, I say just producing is a big deal. But they've chosen Elizabeth Banks. Now, Elizabeth Banks is, you know, she's only directed 2 movies up to this point, and one of them being Pitch Perfect 2. I've not seen either of these movies. I've not seen Pitch Perfect 2. I've heard good things about it. I heard Pitch Perfect, the Pitch Perfect series were good movies. The people that they're for really enjoy them. I heard they're solid. Pitch Perfect 2 as well. Now, 2019's Charlie's Angels. I've not seen that one either, because it got such scathing reviews, like across the fucking board. Everybody said that movie was terrible, and before I had an opportunity to see it, so I didn't really feel a need to watch something that, like, nobody said was good. Sometimes if a movie gets, like, unfavorable reviews and people are like a lot of people are saying it's not good, but then maybe you got, like, a few outliers that are like, oh, yeah, it's good, then I'll check it out, because you never know. But damn, nobody said this shit was good. There's no outliers. Everybody's like, this is trash. This is awful. So there was nothing about it that really spoke to me to really check that one out. So I'm going to say that she's got, you know, she's batting 50-50, as they say, or 1 for 2 or whatever they call it. So this movie, though, that is such an insane premise that if they just let loose and have a good time with this, I think this could be a really crazy, out there, batshit insane movie. Can we get You know what they need to do? I don't know what their vision is of this. If this bear is going to ever, like, is it going to be grounded in reality, or is this bear going to get coked out of its mind, and then maybe we're going to like hear it talk or see it talk, or something crazy like that. I don't know how they're going to have at least an hour and a half to 2 hour long movie about a bear who just gets into some drugs and then dies. So it's got to do something, and I'm thinking that this bear is going to have some type of personality, and maybe it'll all be having it in its head, or something. I don't really know. But if they do that, if they go the route of having this bear speak and have a personality, whatever that is, or maybe it's in its head, or maybe whatever it is, if it has a personality, can you get Nicolas Cage to be the bear, please? He's already dressed up like a bear. Look at the fucking Wicker Man. He walked up and like, bitch, left that lady as the bear. I mean, I feel like he'd be down for it. If they called Nicolas Cage and said, Mr. Cage, we have a new movie coming up. Lord and Miller are producing, and the role we want you to play is as a coked out bear. I think that's all they'd have to say to him. He'd be like, sure, I'm on. I'm already there. I have already signed it. I've already signed the contract. The contract hadn't been made. I've signed it anyway. It has been signed. Nicolas Cage has spoken. So I'm just wondering. I think he would jump at that. That just seems like something he would do. Even if it's just like an animated bear or something, or CG bears or whatever, and it's just his voice. We need Nicolas Cage attached to this movie playing this fucking coked out bear. And he needs to be full on Mandy Nicolas Cage. Like, you ripped my shirt, my favorite shirt. That crazy fucking one. Like, yes, that's what we need in this movie. That needs to happen. And now that I've said that, put it out into the ether. When Elizabeth Banks and Lord and Miller hear this, and someone tells them, it makes it to them through the grapevine. I'm not asking for royalties. I'm just asking for you to make it happen. Because if you put Nicolas Cage in a movie about a coked out bear in the middle of the fucking woods, and just let that happen. Just whatever happens, just let it happen. You don't even need a script. Just say, Nick, Mr. Cage, you're a bear and you're coked out. Put him in a fucking mocap suit, throw him out in the motherfucking woods, and just see what the fuck happens. And say, that's who you are. B. And I think that, we got a movie on our hand. We got a hit. Filming for like 3 days straight. And then just you'll have a movie out of that somehow. So yeah, that's coming. That's about all the info we got on it. But I thought that was just that short little story right there was so fucking crazy and insane. It's got my attention. I'm looking forward to this. I'm really looking forward to this because I want to see a coked out fucking bear in the middle of the woods. And I've talked it up now, so Nicolas Cage has to be. Nicolas Cage is involved. I'm gonna go ahead and say that. I'm just putting it out there into the world. I feel as if you will it. It will happen. This movie was made for him. He should be attached. So I'm saying, until I hear otherwise, I'm saying Nicolas Cage is playing the bear in Cocaine Bear. Prove me wrong. You can't. It doesn't matter. Nobody said he isn't, so you can't prove me wrong. So there it is. That's my take on Cocaine Bear. I'm looking forward to it. How about you guys? Are you looking forward to Cocaine Bear? Do you find this offensive? Possibly. I don't know. But who do you think should play the bear? Is anybody going to play the bear? Is this going to be like a serious movie? And I'm just really taking something else totally, just looking at this totally wrong. Who knows? I don't know. But right now in my head, this is a surreal, fucking out there, trippy ass comedy movie with Nicolas Cage playing a motherfucking coked out bear in the middle of the goddamn woods. And I'm okay with that movie. So, lost my place. I got too caught up on the coked out bear thing. So, moving away from coked out bears, we're going to talk about, while this coked out bear movie may be my number one movie of 2022 so far, the number one movie, speaking of number one movies, the number one movie of all time, Avengers Endgame, has been dethroned during the fucking pandemic. Whoever saw that? Whoever saw that coming? I thought, you know what? Hey, Avengers Endgame, especially after this pandemic thing, is going to be number one for a long time because it's going to be quite a while until anybody gets out there, like enough people go out to the movies to dethrone that movie. But no, it's been dethroned. It has been dethroned, and it's probably going to be by a growing margin at some point. And you're probably asking yourself, what has dethroned Avengers Endgame? The Croods 2? I mean, what else has come out? Nothing. What else is in theaters that could do that? It's not the Croods, by the way. No, I am, of course, talking about the previous champ. It's back. It came back and it said, bitch. It saw what happened. It didn't like it. It said, all right, I'm going to give you a chance. I'm gonna wait till you turn your back. And then I'm going to take my jewelry off. I said, hold my jewelry while I go fuck up this bitch. Avatar is apparently the number one movie of all time again. Reporting from Deadline, they learned that overnight that Avatar had grossed an estimated $8.9 million, just $8.9 million, by 5 o'clock p.m. local time on Saturday to reclaim the title of the highest grossing movie of all time. Avatar now stands at an estimated $2,798,579,794, which is more than enough to surpass the $2,797,501,328 earned by Avengers Endgame. Box office for Avatar will keep growing throughout the weekend, though it is not clear how long the movie is intended to stay in theaters. And you might say to yourself, I don't remember hearing that Avatar was in theaters. That's because it wasn't in theaters here. It was re-released in China, because in China, they've opened up theaters a bit earlier than we have over here, and they released it over there as a limited run. As far as I know, it is still out over there, still making money. I don't have those numbers, but it only took one day to get back at least to the number one spot. Because that was the thing about Avengers Endgame. Everybody's like, this beat Avatar, ha, 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 and all this. It just, like, barely. It was like, you can understand, Avatar was number one over everyone else by a large fucking margin for a long time. And it was just barely beaten out by Avengers. And some people might say, well, the only way it beat it was that it got re-released. Not totally true. Well, yes, you're right, but not actually. In fact, the only way that Avengers beat Avatar was that it got re-released. Now, it was re-released like right after it left theaters. It left theaters and they brought it back like, I don't even know if it was totally out of theaters yet, but they brought it back and they claimed it was a special edition with all the special extra stuff on it. I don't know if any of you guys remember that. I remember this because everybody was kind of pissed about it. People were like, what the fuck was that? They brought it back out because they were really close to Avatar. But it was the end of their run. They were coming out of theaters. They said, okay, we're going to do this thing. You know, Stan Lee had passed away, and they had a tribute to Stan Lee at the end of the movie, after the credits. It was the same fucking movie. After the credits, they had a tribute to Stan Lee, and I believe it was a deleted scene with the Hulk, and it wasn't even finished CGI. It was just a deleted, unfinished scene. And that was pretty much it. I think it may have shown something about Spider-Man Far From Home, but my understanding was that it was nothing really. So they put this out there purely to beat Avatar, to make it the number one movie ever. And it worked. I mean, they beat it out by, literally it was just a few $1 million. And I mean, yeah, to me, to you, to most people, a few $1 million is a lot of fucking movie. But when you're talking about movies that are in the billions, and when you're talking about these big blockbuster movies, $8.9 million, which it wasn't, that's not how much it beat. It was like $2-3 million or something like that. I can't remember exactly. It was not a lot. It's a few $1 million is nothing in that world. That is a drip in the pan, or whatever they say. That's absolutely nothing. It's minuscule. So, I mean, within one day, it wasn't even the full day's tally, they had already reclaimed that top spot. And some people, it is also said, are they going, what if they re-release Avengers Endgame? Are they just going to do like this back and forth thing, who's number one? I don't think so. Because I think if they re-release Avengers Endgame, I'm not bashing that movie. I think it was an entertaining movie. It was good. But it was for its time. We all went and saw that movie because we had built up to it. We built up to this movie over all these years, and we wanted to see what happened. It ended on a cliffhanger, the last one. We had to go. We had to go see this movie because we wanted to see what happened. We didn't want to wait. We didn't want to get it spoiled. Everybody rushed to the theaters because they wanted to see what happened to all these characters we followed for years that just died in the end of the last one, or disappeared. Everybody had to go see it. It was a good movie. It was a really good movie. But I don't think, if you re-release it, it'll make money, but I don't think it's going to be nearly as big as it was before. And I think Avatar has a better chance of making more money on this re-release. Once again, I don't know where it's at now. I think Avatar has the potential to make a whole lot more money. And then you also have to understand, first of all, it makes no sense to bring out Avengers Endgame. The reason they're doing this Avatar thing is they're trying to drum up talk about Avatar, get that in people's heads again, because the sequels are coming. And those are, at least one or two of them are done, apparently. Well, the principal photography is done. So they will be re-releasing this movie in America as well. So once it's done with its run over here in China, at least in America, if not worldwide, I guarantee you Avatar will get another, if not domestic, or if not worldwide, definitely at least a domestic release before the sequels come out. They will put this movie out again, so it will make even more money. So I think that the gap between Endgame and Avatar is going to widen considerably, and I do think that Avatar is going to end up being the number one movie of all time for quite a while again. Because I don't think, I mean, who knows? Maybe I'm blowing smoke out of my ass, and I look at the final tally, and it's, the movie made $10 million. So it's just, yeah, it's number one, but it's not too far off. Or maybe it'll make another $100 million. I have no idea. After all is said and done, once they do all these re-releases of it. But what I do know is it's number one now. Apparently, after this news came down the line, directors Anthony and Joe Russo, the guys who made the Avengers movie, or Avengers Endgame and Infinity War, they conceded to James Cameron, the director of Avatar, with some artwork created by Boss Logic. I did see it. I don't have it here, but it was some artwork they created, some Avatar artwork that their people made. Pretty much saying congratulations, which is pretty much also, that's cool, because James Cameron did the same thing when Avatar took over. They put something out as a picture or something, but it was also a quote saying something about Avengers, and I think it was in Navi or something like it, or whatever. I don't know, that whole thing. But so it's cool that they're being cordial about it. I mean, I think Anthony and Joe Russo in the Avengers movies, Marvel, the MCU, is going to be okay. As of right now, the top 10 highest grossing movies of all time are as follows: Avatar, Avengers Endgame, Titanic, Star Wars Episode 7, The Force Awakens, Avengers Infinity War, Jurassic World, The Lion King 2019, The Avengers, the first one, Furious 7, and Frozen 2. That is... This whole list almost... No, pretty much this whole list, almost this entire list, reeks of inflation. I feel like some of these movies wouldn't be on here if it weren't for inflation. Not that they didn't all make lots of money. Star Wars, I get that. The Avengers, last two Avengers movies, I get that. Titanic, of course, that's the oldest movie on here, and Avatar's the second oldest movie on here. Both James Cameron movies, by the way. Jurassic World, maybe. Lion King, 2019. I don't know I don't have numbers on how much it's made it, but it's number 7. I feel like that movie, if it weren't for inflation, if it weren't for, how much tickets were costing in 2019, this would not be anywhere. It wouldn't be in this top 10. Furious 7, maybe. I don't know. And Frozen 2. I mean, they're there, though. Either way, it is what it is. I'm happy for this. I really like Avatar. I enjoy Avatar. I think Avatar was a great movie. I think people give it a lot of shit, but that's because it's number one, because it made so much money. When something's that popular, people want to talk shit. Oh, it's Ferngully and all this and that. I'll tell you what. I've seen Ferngully. I've seen Avatar. I really enjoyed Avatar. Ferngully, I thought was alright. Whatever. It's a movie that has some commonalities with another movie. I think there's a few of those out there. There's lots of movies that have commonalities with other movies. I enjoyed Avatar. I really like James Cameron as a director. I'm happy to see that Avatar is back as number one. I'm really interested to see what he's going to do with these sequels. Everybody's like, oh, you can't make sequels. The sequels won't be any good. You know what? Don't doubt James Cameron. I mean, if anything, if any director has ever earned your respect and earned your goodwill, rather, James Cameron has. I mean, Even if you don't love all his movies, even if you don't totally like them, you can't say any of his movies are bad. And don't point to Piranha 2, because Piranha 2 wasn't his movie. He got fired a few days into it, even though they put his name on it. But no, all of his movies have been high quality. He has not had any bombs. So it says, now that Disney owns 20th Century Fox, which released Avatar originally, they have the top 2 spots locked down. No matter which one comes out at number 1, they're number 1. In fact, they're responsible for 7 of the top 10 highest grossing movies of all time. So Disney remains the dominant studio at the box office, and that's true. They've I'm trying to look here. I think that Disney owned, I don't know about the Avengers. The first Avengers, did Disney own? I think that may have been right after they bought them, but I don't know if they, in 2012, I can't remember. That was right around when Disney bought the MCU, maybe a few years after. So, but all the other ones, yeah, these come like Star Wars Episode 7, that was totally 100% Disney. Infinity War, Endgame, totally Disney. Titanic was not. Avatar was not. They're owned by Disney now, but they were not in the game. They had nothing to do with those movies. Jurassic World is Paramount. Lion King, of course, is Disney. And Furious 7 is Paramount. Frozen 2, of course, is Disney. So, yeah. So, yeah, Disney's the fucking juggernaut. They're the man. So, regardless of who's at number 1, Disney's at number 1. And I ain't gonna lie, because I'm not a huge Disney fan. Kind of burns my ass, but whatever. As long as they don't fuck up Avatar, because I really enjoyed Avatar. I know everybody doesn't. I do. I hope they don't. They just need to leave James Cameron the fuck alone. Let him do his thing. That's what Fox did. You know, say what you will about Fox. And when it came to like the X-Men movies and stuff like that, and interfering with people, when it came to James Cameron, they were like, "Hey, you do you, man. You do you. You tell us how much do you need, how much money you need. We'll just write that out and give it to you because you know what you're doing. You don't need. You got it. You do you." And they left him the fuck alone. Hopefully, Disney does the same thing. We'll see. These movies were already in production when Disney took over, so maybe they will, but, you know, Disney likes to get their little grubby hands in things. But either way, Avatar is the king of the world once again. So, yeah, I drug that segment out a lot longer than I had planned on. Let's see what you guys are saying here in the chat. And we got just a couple of... Actually, let me look here. I'm going a little bit longer than I planned, especially with that thing at the end I'm talking about doing. I might cut a story or two. Nah, these are shorter. These other stories that are coming up are kind of quick ones. I'm just going to kind of go through them faster. But before we get into that, let's see what you guys is talking about in the chat here. See, that's cool. I left that little marker there. Now I know where I left off. That's cold. I hate cold coffee. Hang on a second. All right. Hell Knight said... Oh, wait. Short and Sweet said, yes, Hell Knight, I agree all the way about Transporter 2. Oh, yeah, we were talking about Transporter 2 and Tomb Raider 2. Oh, no, I hate the idea of the cocaine bear, said Short and Sweet. Poor bear. I hope the cocaine bear starts talking politics. Oh, no, Greg, you shut your mouth. You shut your mouth. Because there's a really good chance... You joke, but there's a really good chance something like that could happen. That is not too far out of the realm of possibility. The cocaine bear attacks racism. Batting 500. Maybe if it was animated only for me could be funny. I don't know, man. It depends on how they do this whole thing. Once again, that whole cocaine bear thing is still, I mean, what I read to you, that's all there is in the story. There's nothing else really about it that we know. Elizabeth Banks is involved. I don't see how you make that movie without it being like really surreal and out there, and just kind of like I'm trying to think of something to compare it to. Just some kind of like totally trippy out there. Because I mean, if you got a bear that gets coked out of its mind, and then unless you're gonna make like a fucking horror movie where it runs around and just starts like attacking people. But I'm really thinking of something like kind of weird and out there, like what's that movie with the tire, Rubber, something like really surreal like that, or really super trippy. Like, man, I can't think of it. Nicolas Cage, it screams Nicolas Cage to me though. I don't know. I'm gonna read the rest of you guys' comments. Maybe somebody said something. Hang on just a second. I'm curious as to how this bear got a hold of the cocaine. I kind of want to look up the original story now. Maybe if it was animated. Okay. Nick Cage would be funny. Yeah, see? Nicolas Cage, this screams Nicolas Cage to me. If Nick Cage is in the movie, you would have him and the bear fight over the cocaine. Yes, Greg. You know, you've added a new thing. There's some, maybe, okay, let's get crazy. Maybe the bear, Nicolas Cage is in the movie as just a human, and he does fight the bear over the cocaine. The bear gets the best of him, eats him, or maybe Nicolas Cage, that's how the bear got it. The bear, Nicolas Cage finds the coke. And he does all the fucking coke. And he's like, Mandy Cage, like that crazy fucking Nicolas Cage that we also love so much. The bear comes and eats his ass because they fight like that for a while for shits and giggles. The bear eats him and ingests him and the cocaine and somehow ingests his personality. And then like maybe it's an internal monologue with crazy Nicolas Cage and this bear. I don't know. I'm down for whatever, as long as if it's a cocaine bear and Nicolas Cage. I'm there. Opening day. I promise. I will. Now that might be funny, said Short and Sweet. I really like The Croods, said Greg. I've not seen The Croods. I know my younger kids watched it. I saw them watching it one day, but I have not seen it. I know they came out with a sequel that's in theaters. It's the first thing that came to mind when I thought of something in theaters. I guess Raya and the Last Dragon. Short said it was funny. Did Avatar get released in the theater again? It did, Hell Night, in China, and I guarantee it's going to be re-released over here, and if not worldwide. I think the second movie is still scheduled to come out in 2022. Or is it this year? It's not this year. No fucking way it's this year. It's around Christmas. They're all coming out in December. I remember that. They're all slated for December. It's either this year or next year. I'm pretty sure it's next year. While we're here, let me just look real quick. Avatar 2. Oops. Release date. Yeah, it's December 16th, 2022. Is when Avatar 2. Avatar 3 is December 20th, 2024. And oops. I didn't mean to do that. So yeah, we're a year and a half out from that one. Well, not quite, more than a year and a half, year and 8 months or so. Short said, I loved Avatar so much. It was a great movie. It was. And what's even better is you can get the extended edition, James Cameron's director's cut. I have it on Blu-ray. Not on that's a movie I need to get on 4K. Is that on 4K? I don't think so. That needs to be on 4K. They probably have to redo those effects. Say what you will. That movie looked beautiful. I wonder if those effects would hold up to a 4K, though. But, yeah, the extended edition is really, it's the same movie, but it just fleshes out. It has some like longer scenes and things like that. The beginning especially, it fleshes out a few things there. They're just trying to get people excited over Avatar again yep. We don't hear about Avatar for 10 years and suddenly we hear about it, news of it when the new one is coming up. Well, every now and then, stuff about it'll pop up here or there. They actually had like set photos and like last day of shooting, because that's how James Cameron is too. You got to understand, he is really secretive about his projects. Like the only set picture we've had of that movie is it shows like one of the set, because they've got practical sets and stuff of like some ship in some water, and you've got people in mocap suits walking around and some other stuff. He is very, and it was like a cell phone picture. He's very secretive. Or no, I think that was actually one they released officially, and like you got nothing from it. It was because there's no effects on it or anything. You got nothing. It's in real water and it's a real set, but I mean, I think that's what he released it saying, you know, we're done shooting the first one or second. I think they shot the first two together or something like that. But they're done shooting it as far as principal photography. I'm pretty sure that's what they said. Well, it's working on me because I'm so freaking excited, said Short. Greg said, I love James Cameron, so I'm down. Me too. He is one of the most bankable directors around. I mean, even Steven Spielberg, who's a great director, America's storyteller, man, but he's made some stinkers. James Cameron has not made anything that was just terrible. I mean, I guess movies are, you know, quality is debatable depending on who you are, but I don't think anybody can just say, oh, that movie was just god awful. Some people say that about Avatar, but I feel like that's just haters. I shouldn't say that. Not everything's for everybody. But awful? I mean, there could be a movie I didn't like. I'm not going to say it's awful. I could just say, it wasn't for me. Junior I'm trying to figure Cultivos? Junior Cultivos. Hello, good night. How are you? I like your work. Send a hug to my uncle Cuckoo Beludo? Cuckoo Beludo? Hug sent. Thank you. I'm happy that you like my work. And welcome to the stream, by the way. Disney's motto is if you can't beat them, buy them. Yeah, I'm with you. They just keep buying stuff up. And I don't have a problem with companies acquiring other companies, but damn, do something good with them afterwards. Disney does not have a good track record of doing good stuff with company. I mean, like, The Force Awakens came out, and I liked The Force Awakens. I acknowledge that it was a bit of a rehash of A New Hope, but I really enjoyed it. I thought that was a great way of introducing new characters and still paying great homage to the original characters. I was like, okay, cool. This is the direction of this new Star Wars. I'm down. I really liked it. And it was all downhill from there. it just, I mean, the Last Jedi is one of the most divisive movies ever. I like some of it. I mean, there's things in it I did and I did. It was very up in the air. I mean, I enjoyed it more than some. I didn't hate it, but I didn't love it. I appreciated the fact that they were trying to do something new with it. I'll say that much. And then the Rise of Skywalker was just like, what are you doing? I mean, there was some neat stuff in it, but it didn't seem like Star Wars. It didn't seem grand enough to me. Anyway. I always like Age of Ultron more than the first Avengers, said Hell Knight. I don't remember. I remember liking the first Avengers. I don't know. I remember liking both of them. I didn't dislike Age of Ultron. It kind of gets a bad rap. I know a lot of people don't care for it. Bid over Avatar, Disney's got you now. I'm with you, Greg. I'm worried. I think that they'll leave James Cameron alone. James Cameron is a very outspoken director too, and I think if Disney came in and tried to fuck with his production, he has been left alone for so long to do whatever the hell he wants that if they came in trying to fuck with him, I think we'd know about it. I think he'd come out and be like, fuck you. He'd say something. He is like that hard-ass bad motherfucker. He used to be a truck driver and a carpenter. He's like, he don't take anybody's shit. He made Arnold Schwarzenegger cry, okay, on the set. So there's something. Oh my goodness, Greg. I like to see, Hell Knight said, I like to see Bear be an Uber driver and scream, the Bear be an Uber driver and scream, I'm a Ghost Rider. You know what? If Nicolas Cage is involved and this is a coked out bear, they definitely need to do that. They just need to throw everything at this shit. So Cocaine Bear, as Uber driver, he eats the passengers, then leaves himself 5 stars on their phone so he can get more passengers to eat. Hey, isn't there a movie like that? I mean, not a fucking bear, but there's a movie where somebody. Oh no, I reviewed a movie where a guy did something like that. It wasn't Uber though, but it was the same. It was like, a knockoff of it. Spree? This was Spree, where the guy like kills the people. And he like records the whole thing. It's got the guy from Stranger Things in it. What is his name? I can't remember his name. The fun movie. Now that's hilarious. Love that idea, Greg. That's even funnier. Yeah, I know Spree was kind of like that, but I think there's another movie where somebody does that. An Uber driver kills people and leaves. I don't think they're eating them, but they leave like 5 stars so they can get more people. Okay, doke. So I'm going to go through. Let me see. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 more stories. I might go through 3 of them. Let's see how long this takes me. I'm going to definitely go through these quicker because I want to get through these last 2. I do have one trailer I want to watch, but then, like I said, I want to watch this short movie with you guys. Okay. What is that? Yeah. By the way, tomorrow morning, check out my review of Hawk and Rev, Vampire Slayers. It'll be out tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock Central Time. Whatever that is, your time. Okay. Where's my... Here we go. What was I just talking about? Avatar? Yeah. Speaking of bringing things back and things coming back and reclaiming their throne, this week we found out that an oldie but a goldie is coming back to grace us. We're going to get a bit more information on one of my favorite childhood characters, and that would be Pee Wee Herman. But not just Pee Wee. Pee Wee's going to be a big part of it, but not just Big Pee, or not just Big Pee Wee, but not just Pee Wee, but Paul Reubens. We are getting a Pee Wee Herman, or really a Paul Reubens documentary on HBO. Josh, and the funny thing is who's producing this thing is a little bit odd too. Josh and Benny Safdie, the filmmaker duo behind Good Time and Uncut Gems, are producing a documentary about Paul Reubens for HBO. In their words, a kaleidoscope portrait told in 2 parts. The Paul Reubens documentary traces the life of the imaginative artist behind one of pop culture's most celebrated and unlikely icons, Pee Wee Herman. I've been working, and Reubens said, I've been working with HBO since they were called Home Box Office. I'm honored and excited to continue my long history there. I love HBO, but I'm not getting married to them, Reubens said in a statement. The project is an HBO documentary films in Alara Productions, directed by Matt Wolf, who made something called Spaceship Earth, and produced by Emma Tillinger Koskoff. That's a hell of a name. Who also produced The Irishman and The Joker. Sebastian Bear McClard, who produced Uncut Gems and Good Time, and Josh and Benny Safdie. The project will focus not only on Reubens' work with the Herman character, but also explore the actor's later work, including projects such as Mystery Men, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and Blow. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. I'm a big Paul Reubens fan. I did a review of his latest movie, which came out in like 2016. I was real late on it. I think I reviewed it this past year. I never watched it, and I just decided to give it a shot here recently. Pee Wee's Big Holiday, or Pee Wee's Holiday, or something like that. Whatever it was, the most recent one. And I enjoyed that movie. And Pee Wee's Big Adventure is one of my all-time favorite movies. I used to watch Pee Wee's Playhouse whenever, I think it was Saturday, whatever day it came on. I used to watch that. I just really enjoyed this character. Okay, the guy got caught jerking off in a porn theater, and that ruined his career. I never, even when I was young, because that happened, I don't remember how old I was, but I was probably not quite a teenager, whatever year it was, I could tell you. But I was younger, but I understood what he got caught for doing, and I was just kind of like, so what? He wasn't dressed up as Pee Wee Herman doing it. He was dressed up. He was just Paul Rubens, and he was at a porn theater, and he was, pleasuring himself, like everybody else in that theater was probably doing. I mean, if that's his thing, who cares? He wasn't in. I mean, he was in public, but he wasn't like in a restaurant or something like that. He was at a porn theater. That's what you do at porn theaters, or that's what people that do. That's what they do. Who cares? That's not that big a deal. So what? But apparently it was a big deal to some, and it more or less ruined his career, and the Pee Wee Herman character went away overnight. And now we're going to get this documentary from Josh and Benny Safdie, that's just an odd pairing for this documentary. I mean, I guess not. They deal with like that. I don't know. I mean, they're not directing it. It is a documentary, so maybe not. They're probably around my age, so they probably grew up with Pee Wee as well. So I guess that kind of sort of makes sense. But I don't know. You see those two names, and Paul Rubens and Pee Wee Herman are not the first things that come to mind. But whatever. I'm looking forward to this. I think Paul Rubens, because he has done a lot more stuff than just Pee Wee Herman. But, of course, Pee Wee Herman is what defined his career. I'm looking forward to hearing more and getting, the down and dirty, the gritty details about his life. And I'm sure the whole thing about, of course, that was a big part of his life, what ultimately ruined his career for quite a while, or definitely ruined Pee Wee Herman's career. That'll be detailed as well. I'm looking forward to seeing more about that and getting more clarity on the whole thing. Maybe I'm wrong. I've just been thinking the whole time, so what, he was jerking off a theater. Maybe it was more to it, and I just don't know. He has been in a lot of other stuff, as it mentioned, Mystery Men, which I loved his character in that. Buffy the Vampire Slayer, he was one of the best parts of that movie. The original movie with Christy Swanson and what was the 90210 guy? And Blow. Blow, I didn't think was the greatest movie ever. A lot of people really like that movie. I wasn't in love with it, but I remember him playing a really good part in that. He's been in a bunch of other stuff too, as just Paul Rubens. But and Pee Wee's been starting to show up in cameos and more stuff. So hopefully he comes back. When he dresses up as Pee Wee, by the way, he doesn't look like he aged a day. But I'm looking forward to this. HBO has a long storied history of having some high quality documentaries. I mean, they have a long history of having high quality just content. It's HBO. They've got some of the most herald shows around that have come out on there. So I'm hoping that this is going to be a factual story. It sounds like he's involved himself, so I doubt he's going to allow it to be, some type of hit piece or if it's going to be non-factual. We'll see. I mean, I don't know. Once you've been caught jerking off in a theater and you're famous and that's plastered all over the place and it ruins your career, is there much else that can be said about you that's going to be embarrassing? I feel like at this point the guy's probably like, I don't really give a shit what you put out there. Tell it all. I got caught jerking off in a fucking theater and I'm famous and it ruined my fucking career. So, okay, there's not much else you can publish that's going to be, at least on face value, is going to seem worse than that. I mean, there are worse things, but I don't think Paul Rubens has done much worse than that. But we'll find out when this comes out in the coming year, and I'm looking forward to it. Speaking of things coming back and making a comeback and just learning more about old things, we're getting a musical biopic again. Not again, but another musical biopic. It seems like every year we get at least one. We've had Rocket Man, Bohemian Rhapsody. I don't know. There were some other ones. They're a hot commodity. We seem to get one or a few of them every few years. But now we are going way back, and we are apparently getting a biopic about the Bee Gees. Didn't see that one coming. and we got a high-profile director attached to it as well. Apparently, Kenneth Branagh has been tapped to direct the untitled Bee Gees biopic for Paramount. Paramount has also tapped screenwriter Ben Elton to draft the film's screenplay. Elton also wrote Branagh's 2018 dramatic biography, All Is True, wherein the director starred as William Shakespeare. Additionally, the sole surviving brother of the original Bee Gees trio, Barry Gibb, is reportedly heavily involved in the narrative of the film. He will also serve as an executive producer. Last year, Gibb aided in the construction of HBO's archival Bee Gees documentary, How Can You Mend a Broken Heart? The rights to the Bee Gees biopic initially got slated at Paramount in late 2019 by Bohemian Rhapsody producer Graham King at GK Films. Okay. I'd be down with this, I guess. I'm not like super hyped about it, but the Bee Gees were really big for their time. Are they as time? I mean, I get some, some of the Bee Gees, the enigma, the thought of the Bee Gees. When you think the Bee Gees, you think disco, you think the 70s. So I guess they have that. They are in the popular zeitgeist for that they kind of embody the 70s disco culture. But beyond that, I don't know. Do they go beyond that? I don't really think so. I mean, there was Saturday Night Fever and things like that, the whoo, staying alive. Yeah, I just did that. The staying alive thing, everybody knows that. That's them, by the way. But I don't know. Do we need maybe we do. Maybe there's more to the Bee Gees that I just don't know, and that's why we need a biopic. Is it that we need a biopic of the Bee Gees, or is it that they're running out of artists that are really popular and are willing to let them make a biopic about them? I don't know. I mean, they were big, but I just don't feel like they have like something like Bohemian Rhapsody and Rocket Man, which Elton John and Queen, they're kind of timeless. Those groups of people or persons are very timeless. Their music is still big today. The Bee Gees, I mean, besides, the one Staying Alive iconic song, which is probably going to be timeless. That's one song. They themselves, I wouldn't say are timeless. I mean, I don't think that people recognize Queen. They recognize Elton John. What's another one? Prince. Can we get a Prince biopic, by the way? I'm sure somebody's working on that. They recognize these artists. I don't think everybody recognizes the Bee Gees. I mean, maybe people that were around when the Bee Gees were a thing, they recognize them, but I mean, does your average 18-year-old, 19, 20-year-old nowadays recognize the Bee Gees? Hell no. Not your average, not even your non-average one. No, they just don't. So, but who knows? I mean, Kenneth Branagh is a very talented director. He's directed some really good films. He typically is not involved in a movie unless it is of a higher quality. I will give him that. And, I don't know much about the writer, the screenwriter, Ben Elton. I'm not familiar with his work, but I will say that Branagh seems to be a very passionate director who is, he's a classically trained actor who moved into directing, and he's done some really great things in the director's seat. So, I mean, I'm not opposed to this. I just don't know. Apparently there's a story here, and I'm just not aware of it. When it came to the other ones, I was always like, yeah, there's a story there. Queen, definitely a story there. Elton John, absolutely. The guy was a nut. Like drugs and everything, not like crazy, but just all over the place. But the Bee Gees, maybe, I guess. We'll find out whenever this comes out. It's being worked on now. They got a director, so I mean they're moving forward with it. So to all the Bee Gees fans out there who have just been waiting for that biopic to get announced, here you go. I guess the Bee Gees are coming. The biopic from a renowned director and actor, Kenneth Branagh. So it'll at least be made well and probably really acted really well, because he's one of those directors who is like an actor's director. So he usually gets really good performances out of his actors. And I don't think the guy picks bad. I don't think he would have picked this or gone with this if there wasn't a story to tell that is interesting. But I guess we'll find out in the coming year or two whenever the Bee Gees biopic comes out. How much you want to bet it's going to be called Staying Alive, though? I mean, really. What else could it be called? So, what, I'm going to dip over here to the comments just real quick before I jump into these last two quick stories. One of these stories will probably interest everyone who is here. I'm sure it will actually affect everyone that's here. But I keep losing my chat. Where did it go? Okay, I got windows everywhere. Oh, man, I didn't do my little marker thing, so I knew where I was. Okay, we didn't go too far. There's the cocaine. Yeah, Spree. I love the idea of the short. So we said Spree. Yes. Yeah, that was a movie where he was pretty much... I think he was just trying to gain clout, like streaming. He was streaming, killing people and stuff. But he was like giving himself good ratings. Please release GoldenEye on 4K. Or really all the Brosnan movies on 4K. Are they not? I figured all the Bond movies probably been released in a box set on 4K or something. Surely GoldenEye. GoldenEye 4K. GoldenEye remastered 4K. What? Oh, that's the game. Let's say... Yeah, GoldenEye 4K Blu-ray. It is on 4K. Oh, wait. Is it? According to this, it's on Blu-ray. I mean, it's on a 4K. GoldenEye Blu-ray. Oh, wait. No. That's a Blu-ray. I'm sorry. And what is this one? It says GoldenEye 4K. I guess it's not. I really figured all the James Bond movies have been released on 4K, especially with this other one that's coming soon. There is a James Bond The Complete Collection 4K UHD from October 4th, Miller & blah, 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 blah. 4K player. I don't know. I'm not going to go too far into it. There may or may not be a 4K Blu-ray of GoldenEye. So... I'm sure that's the answer you were looking for. I know there's a Blu-ray, but I think it said that there's a James Bond collection. Maybe that's the only way you can get it is if you get the entire collection, and who knows how much that costs. They like doing that with those James Bond movies. I've noticed over the years they release the collections, and it has like all of them in it, which I guess is what a collection is. Luke Perry. Yep, that's the one. No, yeah, it was Luke Perry. Because I always get Luke Perry and Jason Priestley confused. I mean, I know the difference between the two, but yeah, Luke Perry died. I don't know if any of you recall that. He passed away from cancer, I believe it was. It's been like 5 years now, a few years back. I was surprised. Paul Rubens mugshot, says Antonio. Oh, yeah, I want to see that. I remember it. I've seen it. Yeah, there it is. He looks like such a fucking... But let's be real. People will be like, he looks like a fucking creeper. Yes, he does. But, okay, no judgment zone here. But who here's got a mugshot? I've got a mugshot. I've been arrested. I wasn't prosecuted or whatever, but there's two. I've got two mugshots out there. One time was because I was actually arrested. It wasn't for like a major thing. It was actually not paying a ticket. And it wasn't even the full ticket. I paid part of it. I thought I paid the whole thing, but apparently they raised the ticket amount. And it was when I was like 21. And I lived in an apartment. They sent the letter to me saying, hey, your ticket got raised. The amount got raised, and they sent it to the apartment next door. And I never got it, so I paid it. And then I got pulled over in another fucking state and got arrested in that state. It was an all-night thing, and they kept saying that, and like they misread the county when I was there, because like the county I was had the ticket in was the same name of a county in that state, but the ticket I had gotten was actually in the state I was living in at the time, but that county, they kept saying I had been to. It was like, okay, it was when I was in college. I lived in Alabama, in Birmingham. There's a Shelby County in Alabama. So that's where I got the ticket. It was just a speeding ticket. Paid it. Apparently didn't. I had a balance. It was like $20 too. They raised it like $20. I didn't pay $20. They put a warrant out for my fucking arrest. It was like months, if not years later. And I came to Tennessee to visit some people that I knew here before I moved here. And I got pulled over by the cop. He arrests me. He said, there's a warrant out for my arrest. I was like, for what? And he said that I had a warrant for my arrest in Memphis. At this point of my life, I'd never been to Memphis before in my life. And I was like, what are you talking about? I've never even been to Memphis. Apparently, Memphis is Shelby County as well, but that's Shelby County, Tennessee. I had a ticket in Shelby County, Alabama. And this fucker drugged me all over to all these different police stations in the area of Tennessee. Like, had me in handcuffs like I was a fucking murderer or something for a $20 underpay on a goddamn speeding ticket. And he was like, he was such a dick too. And they took me to the fucking jail, the county jail. I got processed, but I never got put into an actual cell. And the other time, now when I was a juvenile, I was a badass fucking kid when I was a juvenile. But as an adult, there was that time, and there was another time I was my license was suspended. I got caught driving. This is all driving shit, and I got caught by a cop, and I played dumb. I was like, oh, I didn't know, because I had my license. He was like, no, it's no good, but he was actually cool about it. And he was like, look, he let me go, but he said you can't drive away. But I'm driving away. If this car's not here when I come back, I'm not gonna question it, you know. So I went home, and he said that I would have to go turn myself in. So I went and turned myself in, and I was so afraid they weren't going to let me out, because he said, no, they'll let you out, but you have to go turn yourself in, get processed, and then you get to go, and you go to court. So I had to go turn myself in, and I thought it was, the whole time I was like, this is a fucking joke, man. They're going to, like, keep my ass. And I had one of my employees, this when I was a manager, and take me. And it took, like, 45 minutes. But, yeah, they got a mugshot and everything there. So there's 2 mugshots out there of me. And nobody looks good in a mugshot. And even that one, when I was just up there and I knew I was getting out, I mean, the first one, I looked terrible. I'm like, like, what the fuck is going on here? But everybody looks terrible in a mugshot. That was a really long, drawn-out answer or comment on something that nobody had asked. I was just talking out my ass. But no, that's how it is. Who here has a mugshot? FYI. Or not for your information, just curious. Hell Knight said, I mean, it's more shocking that the director of Jeepers Creepers molested a young boy and filmed it. What? Really? The first Jeepers Creepers? I did not know that. Damn. Not filmed it in a movie, of course. I'm assuming recorded it. Oh, I'm going to have to look that up. I mean, not the video. That sounded real creepy. I mean, look up that story. I did not know that. Antonio said, teach us what biopic means, my good fellow. I don't want to see his biopic. the guy molesting kids. I'd like to see a biopic about Uwe Boll, said Hell Knight. There is not a biopic. There's a documentary about him, and I want it, but I can't find it. It's called Fuck You, or something. Like the movie is called, it's Fuck You Uwe, or Fuck, or something like that. It's a documentary about him and all the crazy shit he does. What is it? Uwe Boll. Oh, it's I guess documentary. Yeah, Fuck You All, the Uwe Boll story from 2018. I want to see that. I mean, granted, I haven't looked like super hard, but I tried to find it at one point, and I couldn't. But that is the name of the movie. It is called Fuck You All, the Uwe Boll story. Directed by Sean Patrick Shaw, with Uwe Boll, Natalie Boll, Dan. I saw, you can look up the trailer on YouTube, and it's pretty crazy. I want to see that. I really want to see it. I love Uwe Boll. He makes some fucking shit movies, but the guy is such a fucking enigma. He is insane. I'm with you, Hell Knight. I want to see that too. Love the Nick Nolte mugshot. Oh yeah, that one. That's great. Short and sweet said, wow, shocking, Jacob. It was too shocking. I got arrested for underpaying $20 on a fucking speeding ticket. I'm fucking hardcore. I'm going to get teardrops. Now, when I was, no shit, when I was a juvenile before I became an adult, I had a lot of issues with the law. I don't think I was a bad kid. Somebody said this to me one time, and I was like, yeah, I'm going to go with that. They were like, I don't think you're a bad kid or you're a bad person, but I think you do a lot of bad things. It's like, yeah, I like that. I like the sound of that. But I did. I was a problem child. Let's just say that. And I have been in a jail cell before. But if it happens before you're 18, it don't count. Unless you kill somebody, then sometimes they charge your ass as an adult. I didn't kill anybody. Anyway. Hey, there's Alvin. Shh. Alvin knows about some of that stuff. Some of it, not all of it. He knows about a good bit of it. Actually, I won't put you on blast like that, Alvin. Alvin, all I will say is that Alvin, so for those of you that don't know, I know Alvin personally in real life. IRL, as the cool kids say now. But I'll say that at least one of those situations, more than one, but definitely one of those situations where the law officials were involved, Alvin was there as well. And Alvin could probably tell you that when I need to, my ass can run real fast for long periods of time, even when I was a smoker. I can outrun a fucking Olympic sprinter when I got the right thing on my heels. Hell Knight said at least Uwe put some effort in his first few films. Now, it didn't pay off, but you can tell because his later films don't have any energy. They really don't. He gave the fuck up at one point. He was just like, fuck it. But yeah, his earlier movies and the movie, you can really tell the movies he did give a shit about. Like Postal, even In the Name of the King, like love them or hate them. Most of you probably hate them. But those movies you could tell he actually cared about. He was trying. The House of the Dead, so bad, but you could tell he thought he was making a masterpiece. Now, Alone in the Dark, fuck that movie. He didn't give a shit about that. And like Far Cry and stuff like that, he gave no shits about those movies. I hear that those movies, I've seen at least most of one of them, but he has a series. It's not video game movie related, called Rampage. I think it is. I think there's 3 of them. And I hear that those are actually good, especially considering his other stuff. They have nothing to do with video game movies. They're fully original, and they're about like a mass shooter or something like that, and but they're all about like standing up against like the man or something. I don't know, but I've seen at least part of one of them. I think the first one, and I remember thinking it was better than I thought it was going to be, seeing as how his name was attached to it. I don't remember much about the movie, but I've heard that those movies are actually good. Alvin said someone has to do the road work. Yeah. Usain Bolt ain't got shit on you. Oh yeah, that guy who yeah, he's that runner guy. Yeah. He's like that's that famous, I guess, a sprinter or track star. Blubberella. No, that movie's terrible. But I think he had passion for making it. I think he was trying to make a shit movie then. Okay. We're going to jump into these last 2 stories. These are quick stories, one of which will probably affect in some way, if not all of you, many of you in the chat and many people who watch this. It could potentially affect all of you. And then we're going to jump in to the trailer section. And as I said earlier, those of you that weren't here, we will be watching a short film about Batman. All right. Get this all moved around. What was I talking about last? I don't even fucking remember. What was that story? Oh yeah, the Bee Gees. Speaking of bringing old things back, apparently this is the week for bringing old shit back. And in keeping with that, an old property is apparently making a comeback. One that I never thought would... This was out of the blue to me. I never thought that we would ever see another sequel to this, I guess, franchise, especially if a third one comes out, which apparently it is. And I'm talking about, strangely enough, Young Guns. If Young Guns is, for those of you that don't know, which there's a good chance many of you don't know what Young Guns is, because if you were born, in the 90s, or at least, if you're younger than 20 to 25 years old, you may have absolutely no idea what Young Guns is. Young Guns was kind of a pseudo brat, not the Brat Pack, but like a hip, updated, not updated in like the time period, but a new telling of Billy the Kid and his group, or a group. It was a fictionalized telling of pseudo-true events, centered around Billy the Kid, played by Emilio Estevez. Came out in the 80s, I think 88, and then had a sequel, Young Guns 2, even though at the end of Young Guns, Billy the Kid was killed, like in real life, supposedly. But it played it, and it made it happen, and there was a sequel, both of which were entertaining flicks from what I remember. I remember seeing these both in the theaters with my parents and enjoying them, having a good time with them, but never did I think that we were going to get a third one. But nobody told Emilio Estevez that, apparently, because apparently Young Guns 3 is happening. The story goes as this. Emilio Estevez, the once and future Billy the Kid, has revealed that a potential third entry in the Young Guns franchise is definitely in the works. In 1988, Young Guns blazed onto the big screen. The film featured Emilio Estevez as Billy the Kid, leading a cast that included Kiefer Sutherland, Lou Diamond Phillips, Charlie Sheen, Dormant Mulroney, Jack Palance, and more. It told the story of Billy the Kid and his aging during the Lincoln County... I'm sorry, I said aging. Billy the Kid and his gang, can't read tonight, during the Lincoln County War, which took place in New Mexico during 1877 through 1878. And like most stories about Billy the Kid, it was heavily fictionalized. It grossed $56 million against an $11 million budget, making it a huge success. 1990's Young Guns 2 introduced the twist that, contrary to historical record, Billy the Kid was not gunned down by lawman Pat Garrett, played by William Peterson. Instead, Billy faked his death and lived on under the name Brushy Bill Roberts, who was a real person who really did claim to be Billy the Kid, though it was never proven. Estevez said, "Yeah, it's definitely in the works. I drive a lot and I spend a lot of time in the Midwest, and people will tell me, we haven't seen you on screen for a while. Come back. We'd love to see you in the movies again. We'd love to see you play Gordon Bombay. We'd love to see you play Billy the Kid." So I feel like we've ticked one of those boxes and we're working on ticking the other one. The Kid is a fun character to play. There's a lot of speculation about what happened that night in 1881 in Fort Sumner, New Mexico. Did he die? Did he not? And so there's a lot of mythical, historical, and actually some factual things that we can examine if we're serious about going back to that franchise as well. Okay, I mean, quite honestly, this series was never like, it was a very loose telling on fictional events, and honestly, the whole Billy the Kid, I mean, Billy the Kid was a real person, but all the things, because, news, and especially in the Wild West, it was called the Wild West for a reason, history is a little, shaky in some parts back then. Things weren't quite reported as concretely as they are nowadays, so they had a bit of creative license that they took when they made Young Guns 1 and 2, because while there are some facts that are just in concrete, there are a lot of the things about his life we don't know for sure. So they made two fun, entertaining movies, and they both were. They were both really fun and entertaining. I remember that. What are they going to do with a third one, though? I don't know. I suppose they could continue. I can't remember enough about the end of the second one to say where they would go with it, but from what I remember, he is still alive in the end of the second one because he is, they claim that this brushy Bill Roberts gentleman in real life, he was Billy the Kid. And if I remember, Estevez played him with just heavy makeup, if I remember correctly. But I guess we could see more adventures with Billy the Kid and the others. As far as I can tell, I think all of these actors are still around. I don't know if they call it Young Guns anymore because none of them are young. And if they were going to use the same actors, I mean, maybe old guns, middle-aged guns. I don't really know. I mean, obviously Emilio Estevez is still with us. Kiefer Sutherland, Lou Diamond Phillips, I'm pretty sure he's still around. Christian Slater, of course, is around. And I'm not sure who this guy on the younger guy over here with the rifle is on the opposite side of Christian Slater. He looks familiar though. But Dermot Mulroney is still with us as far as I know. So, I mean, they could get the cast back together. Charlie Sheen actually died in the first one, so he obviously wouldn't be in it. I suppose they could do a prequel maybe? Why would they do a prequel? I don't know. But how would you do a prequel if they're all older? I don't know where this is going to go, but I will say that if it goes the same route as the originals, I'd be down for it. It was a good time. They weren't ever taking themselves too seriously. They were just serious enough. They weren't comedies or even like over the top or anything like that. They were pseudo serious movies, but they kind of played fast and loose with everything that went on there. So it was very much a Western for the new generation in 1988. But I remember really enjoying these movies. I kind of, after reading this article, I kind of want to go back and watch the Young Guns movies now because I remember them being a good time. I just hope they don't make this movie just because of nostalgia. I don't know if there's enough nostalgia for Young Guns there to bring back and make a third one. Plus, you can't call it Young Guns anymore. You can call it just Guns. Or maybe old guns, like I said, or middle-aged guns. I don't know. But, this is interesting. If Estevez, while he has not been in front of the camera a whole lot, he's apparently been behind the camera quite a bit. He's still involved in the movie industry. He's just done a lot of work in writing and directing and producing and things of that nature. He's not doing the acting as much. So he's still out there. He's still got the connections. He's still in the industry. I enjoyed his portrayal as Billy the Kid, and if they could recapture that magic, I'd be willing to watch Young Guns 3 Older Guns. If it ever does come to fruition, which apparently to him is definitely in the works. Just when we'll get it, what we'll get, who knows. But I'm down for it. I'll take it whenever it comes out. Now, for the last story of the night, I got one that affects probably 90% of the people that are going to watch this, if not more, and it has to do with Netflix. My preferred, honestly, people got a lot of stuff to say about Netflix, much like the Avatar story I was talking about earlier. I think a lot of those criticisms about Netflix are because Netflix is the biggest one. It's the streaming service. And when you're number one, everybody's always got shit to say. If you want to just talk about streaming services in general and shit talk them, okay, fine. But to say something negative about or shit talk Netflix and then say other ones are so much better, I don't think anybody really can stand up to what Netflix is offering at this time. Sure, they've got their issues. They kind of oversaturate with TV shows and stuff now and less movies. They started out as movies mainly. But it's still it is a good service. For what I pay for Netflix every month, I feel like I get my money's worth. I mean, there's tons of content on there, and they constantly have new stuff. They have originals, and like anything else, their originals they vary in quality, admittedly. But overall, I think Netflix is still a good service. They don't do anything worse than any of the other streaming services. I will say, as a side note, though, as I've mentioned before, I'm not a huge Disney fan. And I don't think, and this, all my biases about Disney aside, I did subscribe to Disney Plus for a while, and I gave it a fair shake, and it had some stuff like The Mandalorian and that type of stuff on there that I did enjoy. I thought The Mandalorian was really good. Haven't watched WandaVision yet, but I've heard good things about it. But really, I don't see Disney Plus having long-term... There's just not enough on there. It's only Disney stuff, and they're owned. And now they own a lot of shit, but it's only that. The thing I like about Netflix is it's not only one... It's everything. They'll bring in anything onto that platform. They don't care if it's Disney, if it's Paramount, if it's just movies. And that's what I like about Netflix. It's not a walled off community. The Disney one, there's a lot of content, but I don't feel like it's enough for me to pay a monthly subscription forever. That's why I don't anymore. But either way, HBO Max, by the way, though, I'm really liking that service so far. We'll see how it goes because I've only been subscribed for about 2 months now. But we're talking about Netflix. And what are we talking about here? Netflix is trying out a potentially controversial thing. Not really controversial. Something some people aren't going to like, but it makes sense, in my opinion. They're about to possibly cancel something that some of the people watching this are probably doing. Netflix might have more than 200 million subscribers worldwide, but the actual number of people using the service is probably significantly higher due to password sharing. For those of you that don't know, password sharing, I'm sure all of you know, but is where I have an account, and on Netflix you can have, depending on what tier you are, I guess, you can have multiple screens playing your account at once. I think mine's like 4, but I think the base model one, the base level, I have like 1 tier above that one because I have so many different people watch it here in my house. But I think 3 is what it is. You can usually do 3. Could be wrong, but it's multiple screens. So say I have Netflix and I give my friend who lives down the street my password and everything, and they just use my account. And I actually have had that happen. I had a friend who was using my, like years and years and years ago, using my Netflix account before they got their own. So yeah, I've done that. I've never done it the other way around. I've always had a Netflix account since like I worked at Blockbuster Video when I got a Netflix account. Back before it was anywhere near streaming, when you order the movies through the mail. That's how long I've had a Netflix account. But I know that a lot of people do that. They share their passwords, and one password will be, 2 or 3 people, 2 or 3 different potential customers will be using it. And I've always thought it was odd that that's a very known thing to do, and it just is what it is. It's been what it's been. There's never been anything about it. They've never done anything about it. Apparently, that era is coming to an end. Netflix has been testing a profile verification system for a small number of users that will prompt them to verify their identities using email or text notifications. However, it must be noted that the sample size seems to be very small with this new feature test. And depending on how it goes, maybe Netflix wouldn't want to roll it out on a major level. That said, this is typically what companies do when they're figuring out how to make changes. So don't be surprised if this becomes a reality soon. So yeah, what they're ultimately doing, and I'm sure anyone who uses the internet is used to this or has any type of account anywhere, sometimes when you go to sign into something, it'll say like, two-step verification, that kind of thing. Hey, we're going to send a code to your email or a text to your phone, and you just put the code in to verify that it is you using this. That's normal practice pretty much across the board with any services pretty much. So I don't think that that's too... I don't see a problem with this, honestly. I get it. I mean, Netflix is, they're providing a service, and we should be paying for that service if we're going to be using it. That is what it is. I know some people aren't going to like that, and me myself, I'm not going to say I've never ever done things or used less ethical things to watch things on TV and stuff before. And I've always looked at it like, yes, I'm doing that, but if I ever get caught or if I get blocked out of it, it is what it is. I ain't mad at nobody. I get it. I was doing something I wasn't supposed to. that time has come to an end. I think this will make some people mad, but at the same time, I'm like, it's Netflix, dude. What is it? $9 a month? Just if you're probably getting $9 a month worth of entertainment out of Netflix. If not, then don't subscribe to it. But I mean, I get it. I mean, they're providing a service, and I don't think that they overcharge for that service for $9 a month. Or I think maybe depending on, like I said, depending on what tier you have, the amount of money they charge a month, even if you don't like them, even if you don't like Netflix as a company, I don't think that they're overcharging for that. I think that that's a reasonable amount that they're asking for. But this is probably going to make some people mad, and probably at least somebody who's watching this will have, maybe you're signing in as a friend or a loved one or a relative across, in another state or something, or even like an ex or something like that, or whatever. You're signing into someone else's account, and now you might have to get your own. That is if they even do it. They might say, fuck it, it's not worth it. We don't want to, rock the boat too much while we have all these others, because Netflix is contending against all these other streaming services now, because they're number one, so everybody's gunning for their head. Maybe they're kind of like, what's the pro? I mean, are these people, or if we say no to them and we block them out, are they going to come back and get their own? It's kind of like up in the air. I mean, and then their numbers will drop, because while they may not lose any subscribers due to it, they will lose viewership. Because even though, okay, maybe you've got 3 people using one account, but those 3 people are still watching your shows. They're still watching your service. And numbers we're seeing more and more now that the numbers, the viewership of these movies and shows and stuff on these streaming services do matter. That matters in like investor calls and stuff like that. So that's a decision they're going to have to make. I don't know what all goes into that, but they're going to make that decision. But they are doing it. Just know that they are doing it with a random small amount of people right now. They're doing account verification. So if you're using somebody else's Netflix account, just know that there's a possibility you won't be able to use it for much longer. Or, I mean, you could, I guess, but it's just going to be more of a pain in the ass. You're going to have to call them and be like, hey, what was the code that just came to your email? Or something like that. So just know that moving forward. Be prepared to either possibly be getting your own Netflix account if you don't have one and you're wanting to continue that service, or having a bit more of a pain in the ass sometimes when you log in. Take a look at the chat, and then we're going to move in to our last couple of segments. Hell Knight said Young Guns 2 sucked though. Did it? I have not seen that movie in so long. I remember liking part 1. I just don't. It's been so long since I've seen those movies, I could not tell you. I remember enjoying them, but I was a little kid when I watched them too. Young Guns 3 can go not happen. I'm just curious as to why Young Guns 3. I mean, people are saying, hey, we want to see you on screen again. And I mean, he's coming up with this. I guess they're making a Mighty Ducks comeback with him. I don't know if it's a sequel or if it's a TV show. I don't know if it's like a sequel or just a remake, but he's coming back for I guess Disney Plus Mighty Ducks show. Maybe he said, hey, that's working. I'll go back to the well on some other stuff. Young Guns. I don't know. Young Guns 3 doesn't sound like it would work to me, but I mean, I don't know. We'll see. He needs to remake Repo Man. Or do a Repo Man 2. What happened after the end of Repo Man? Does anybody know what Repo Man is? Short said, I agree. Hell no. I mean, what about Breakfast Club 2? Now they've done sequels to great 70s and 80s teen movies, as long as it's not like Grease 2. I saw a thing. You say Grease 2, that reminded me. I've talked about his channel before on this stream before, but J-Buck Studios, Jared Buckendall he does TikToks, and a lot of his TikToks are this like a movie trivia, or not trivia, but little things you didn't notice, or like little info, quick little blurbs about a movie. And the Grease 2 one he had, I never realized it Not that I go around. I'm not a huge Grease fan, period. But not that I go around watching Grease 2 a lot. But I have seen it before. There's a part where a guy's running like in the background at like the school in the track field. And he's got how the Adidas real super short shorts. Apparently, he wasn't wearing underwear, so I don't know. He wasn't wearing a jock strap or something. And like straight up in that movie, you see this guy's balls just fly out, flopping around. And there's once you see it, you can't not see it. It's there. It's just fucking testicles all over the place in this PG movie. That's what I think about when I think of Grease 2. I thought the Bad Boys was going to be a porno when I was a kid based on the title. Really? This is going to be a gay porn. Call it Rusty Guns. I like that, Hell Knight. Yes. Young Guns. No, you just have to drop the young altogether. Rusty Guns. Yeah, Short likes it too. I don't use Netflix that much. Not that it's bad or anything. It's just that a lot of the movies I like or want to watch I already own on VHS, DVD, Blu-ray, or 4K. I feel that. My family, like my household uses Netflix a lot. I watch some stuff. A lot of the stuff I watch, especially since starting this channel, is not on Netflix. I mean, there's some things like Netflix originals and stuff, but a lot of the things I watch, especially nowadays, I receive from like vendors, like from like screeners and things like that. I have a hard enough time keeping up with that shit. I've got a solid 6 screeners that I've committed to sitting in my inbox. I've got other ones that have been offered to me, but that's what I watch for the most part. That and YouTube. I watch a shit ton of fucking YouTube. I watch so much YouTube. It's a ridiculous amount of YouTube that I watch. It's like always on, like in the background. Just and you could say, oh, what stuff do you? I watch the most random shit on YouTube. I mean, I'll be watching movie stuff, gaming stuff, sometimes political stuff. I don't like getting pulled into that shit, but like just I watch a lot of entertainment stuff just because I enjoy that, because that's what I do too. But I watch just nature shit, like animals and exotic stuff like that. You go down like that fucking crazy YouTube hole and like just crazy shit. I just see stuff and I'm like, yeah, what's that? Just like random out there insane stuff, true crime things and shit like that. Just all kinds of out there shit. I get led down like these YouTube endless holes. But I'm with you. I watch some Netflix, but I don't watch a ton of it. I'll catch a movie on there every now and then. But I think it's a good service. But the reason I don't watch a ton of it is because I have so little time. And what I do watch, I'm usually watching on the fly, or sometimes I'll watch on my computer, because the way that I get some of these screeners, that's the only way I could hook up my computer to my TV, but I just don't. I watch some of them on there. Some of them I have apps on my TV I can watch, depending on who it comes from and what service they send it to me through. By the way, the Quantum of Solace game is great, says Hell Knight. Really? I'm sure I've played at least part of it. I don't remember it. I bought like new a James Bond game a few years ago. I say a few years ago. It was not even last generation. It was on 360. Pretty sure it was 360. It's called not Blood. I want to say Blood Diamond. It wasn't Blood Diamond. It was Blood something. It was Daniel. It was actually, because there was a time, I think before Spectre came out, that Daniel Craig supposedly was not going to be James Bond anymore. And they made a game that was a sequel they were framing it like it was like the new James Bond story, but it was as a game. And I don't know, everything I saw about it, I was like, oh, that's cool. And it was Daniel Craig and all that, and it looked pretty cool. And I bought that new. It wasn't that good. What I played of it, at least. I remember, it wasn't awful, but I remember being like, okay, this is just, it's fine. I never finished it. I had it. I think I probably still have it somewhere, but that's the most recent James Bond game I played. Bloodstone. Yeah, Hell Knight. That's the one. Bloodstone. Albert said he takes back your organs if you don't pay. No, yes and no. That Repo Man, that's Repo Men, which is loosely based on Repo Man, the oh, what the fuck? You know what I'm talking about, Alvin, that fucking musical. But no, that's Repo Men with Jude Law and Forrest Whitaker, which I actually enjoyed that movie. But I'm talking about Repo Man, which was that movie with Emilio Estevez, that crazy, insane, batshit insane movie from the 80s, where Emilio Estevez, I can't even remember who else was in it. He was a repo man who repoed cars, and I think there was an alien or something like that in the trunk of one of the cars they got, and like crazy shit starts to happen. It's a fucking insane movie. Yeah, the Genetic Opera. That's the one. But no, that's not the one. That's the one I was talking about a minute ago, the musical. But no, I was talking about Repo Man with Emilio Estevez from the 80s. Now I have to watch Grease 2 for the balls out. Just go to Jared's, look up J-Buck Studios on TikTok, and he's got, it's one of those videos, that's where I saw it. Just balls. I mean, I guess it's not like, right, he's in the background. So it's kind of like that background scene in Teen Wolf that everybody's seen where the person, everybody's like, his dick's hanging out. It's actually a woman. It's not a guy, so no, his dick is not hanging out. But the person at the end of the movie that stands up and their pants are unbuttoned and unzipped, and they just kind of zip them up real quick. It was their shirt hanging out from because the shirt was tucked in and it was hanging out the fly. But that was like I said, that was fun fact. That was a woman, not a man, and pants were just open. But it's kind of like that. It's like a thing in the background, and the guy's like running, and they're in the foreground, and in the background you see this guy running, and just he's close enough to see just fucking balls though, and it ain't like, oh, just little balls. It's like just nuts out all over. Bloodstone. What's Bloodstone about? I don't even remember what it's about. Short and sweet. I didn't. It was a game, but it was framed like the next James Bond. Like it was a movie story. It was supposed to be very cinematic. It was. I don't remember it being terrible, but I remember it just being kind of mediocre. So I didn't play enough of it to really remember anything about it. I remember there being a level like in Venice that I played, and I was infiltrating something in the beginning, and then there was a car driving level. And I remember the car driving level was not that great. Great opera. Never heard of that before, says Short and Sweet. You talking about Repo, the Genetic Opera? Probably not. That was a smaller movie. But it's like a musical. It's like a goth musical. About there's a movie called Repo Men with Jude Law that came out a few years back. It's actually a pretty cool movie. It's about like in the future you can rent or you can pay like to get like if you got a bad heart you can get like I guess kind of a cybernetic heart or something. You get a heart. I don't know if it's real or if it's a real heart or if it's cybernetic, whatever. But you can get body parts, and they will sell them to you with on credit. But if you fall behind on your payments, they have these guys that are called repo men, and they go and they take the organs back, and even if it kills you, which it usually does. And the main character, which is Jude Law, he is a repo man, and something happens. I can't remember what, but he ends up getting some cybernetic parts, falling behind, and then going on the run because his former partner, who's a repo man, was trying to repo his heart or whatever it was. I can't remember what he had, but he's trying to repo him. And the ending was actually pretty neat of that movie. But it was a pretty cool movie. It's worth checking out. And I don't know if it's based on it or if they're both based on the same source material, but there was a movie that came out a few years before that called Repo, the Genetic Opera, that was pretty much the same story, but it was a different setting, and it was a musical. Had the guy from Buffy the Vampire Slayer who played Giles, I think was his name, the mentor, on from Buffy the Vampire Slayer, the show. He was the main character in the genetic opera. If you like muscles. Oh, musicals. Hell, I said, I am so frustrated. I saw all the Daniel Craig movies on 4K at Walmart like 4 months ago and was going to get them. But I figured, I already own them. And now I want them again and can't find them. Look on Amazon, man. Guarantee they're on Amazon. If it ain't on Amazon, it probably doesn't exist. Pretty much. Has Ripper from Buffy. Was that his? I thought. What is his name? Giles? Was it that him? I don't remember. I'm afraid I'm not that cultured, Alvin, for operas. It's not. It's not an opera. Short. It's not an opera. It's just a musical. They just call it an opera. And actually, fun fact, real quick, an opera in real life can be pretty cool. I've been to an actual opera, and it was a Spanish opera, which is just the same as any other opera. It's just a play where they sing a lot instead of talk. And this was really weird because it was a Spanish opera. I don't speak Spanish. Many operas are like Italian anyway, so it had subtitles and everything. It had like this really cool thing that came across the bottom. I went to an opera. I was invited to one time. I'll try anything once, and I was like, sure, why not? And I went. It was actually pretty cool. Not necessarily that I'm going to go and do this thing every time, but the whole experience was actually pretty cool. I mean, kind of like a football game. I live here in Nashville, and I got invited to a Titans game some years ago. I have no interest in football whatsoever, like none at all. But I got invited to a Titans game, and I was like, okay, why not? I've never been to one, so I went. Had no fucking clue what was going on the whole time, but it was an experience. It was fun. Did that with I went to a NASCAR race when I lived in Birmingham at the what's that fastest? Any NASCAR fans? I don't know. Fastest motor speedway. Talladega, yeah, like Talladega Nights. I've been to Talladega, and I got free tickets to go to that one time, and I said, fuck it, never been before. I like cars, but I don't really like NASCAR. It's not my thing. But it was a pretty neat experience to go and see that one time. Never do it again, but that one time was pretty cool. It was a good time. So yeah, I'll try anything once. I don't remember where I started with that. Oh, the opera thing. Yeah, I went to the opera one time. It was pretty cool. Probably, will I do it again? Probably not, but it was cool that one time. That one time that I went to the opera. Most underrated Spielberg movie. Mine is War of the Worlds. Munich. Munich is the most underrated Spielberg movie that you don't hear about. Or Duel. Nah, Munich is more so than you hear about Duel. Like whenever Spielberg, you like talk to a Spielberg fan, they know about Duel because that's like his first one. But I'd say Munich is one of the most underrated Spielberg movies that you just. I think everybody who sees it thinks it's great, but not many people see it. War of the Worlds is a good. That's a movie that a lot of people actually give some shit. I really like it. Another one that you don't hear much about anymore that I thought was awesome was the other Tom Cruise one, Minority Report. Minority Report was so good. That was such an awesome movie. It was real big for a while, but now you just don't hear anybody talk about it. Check it out. It's worth it. Which one? Oh, the genetic opera. Giles' nickname from when he was a teenager. Oh, okay. It's been so long since I saw Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Blind Meg would disagree. What? Best to watch on a weekend at night with the lights off. Hell, I said, what is a movie someone kept recommending to you and you never watched it, and when you did, you wish you had? Oh, man, there's a few of those. I don't know. I've watched them now. Hang on a second. I'll answer that. Be right back. Um, I know one. I don't know if it counts. A movie that got recommended. I guess it got recommended to me. I just always heard about how it was so great and it had so much hype to it, and it never really resonated with me. There's two of them. Um, both ended up being movies I adore. One of them would be, and this was when I was a bit younger, and I finally did get to see the movie, and that would be Ben-Hur. I heard about how Ben-Hur, the Charlton Heston Ben-Hur, was so great. And, you just hear about Ben-Hur. It's like Ben-Hur. It's a really big movie. And I don't know, it was like an old movie. And when I was younger, I would watch old movies when I was younger. But it wasn't until I got older that I really started opening up a bit more. Not older, but like when I say older, like an older teenager or like 18. Like a young adult, I guess, when I started opening up even more to older movies. I always liked some older movies like Planet of the Apes and stuff like that. I love those movies. But Ben-Hur was one that I was probably around, I'd say I was around 17, 18, maybe 19 when I finally discovered that movie. I knew about it, but I just had no desire to watch it. I was like, I ain't watching that old shit. And actually what actually made me watch it was Charlton Heston was in it, and I adored Planet of the Apes, and Charlton Heston is in that. So I said, okay, I'll give this thing a watch, and I fucking loved it. It is one of my top 5 favorite movies ever made. Ben-Hur is such a good movie. It is so fucking good. Another one that is in my top 10, I can't say top 5 or top 10. It's in my top 10, definitely, just off the top of my head, will be Schindler's List. Schindler's List I actually did see when it first came out, or around when it first came out. My parents took me, but I refused to pay attention to it. Because I was at a point in my life where I was being hard-headed about this stuff. I didn't want to see the movie, and so I just didn't pay attention. So I didn't pick up on any of it, and I saw it I'd see like bits and pieces of it here or there. It wasn't until I finally stopped being fucking hard-headed about it and watched it. Oh my god, that movie is one of the greatest fucking movies ever made. It should be shown in every school across America, if not the world. That's a fantastic movie. But yeah, those two. I'm sure there's some other ones that I've heard about. I'm usually the one recommending the movies. So I do have, and a lot of times when a movie's recommended to me, I will watch it at some point. So it's like, there haven't been many that have just been recommended over and over and over, and finally I see it. I feel like there's something else out there, but off the top of my head, those two are definitely the ones. Hell Knight always be hitting me with these really interesting questions, by the way. I appreciate those. Short said, cool, Alvin, I'll do that. Yeah, if you're still talking about the Repo movies, both of them, I can't say as much about the Genetic Opera one because I'm really weird about musicals. Some musicals I really, really like. Some I just can't get behind. I've talked about that before, and I can't remember. I don't think I finished Repo the Genetic Opera. That'd be one I need to go back to, and maybe I'll like it. But Repo Men I really did enjoy. I want to say it's like circa 2010-ish, maybe 2012, somewhere in there. Jude Law, Forrest Whitaker. It's a good movie. Hell Knight said, in unpopular opinion, my favorite Spielberg movie is Temple of Doom. I don't think that's totally, well, if you said favorite Spielberg movie, might be somewhat unpopular, but I think a lot of people like Temple of Doom. Temple of Doom is one of those movies that when it first came out, and for quite a while after it came out, it was always seen as the lesser of the Indiana Jones movies, and it really started to resonate more with people like around the 2000s. And I think it's because that's when people that were like my age, because I really liked Temple of Doom back in the day, and I still do, but I grew up with it, and that movie was perfect for somebody my age. And I think a lot of those people like me grew up and we started liking it more, and that's why it seemed like more people were liking Temple of Doom in the early 2000s. That's why it started getting more favorable reviews. That and Crystal Skull came out, and Temple of Doom is just, there's no way it's the worst one of all of them now. Which I don't think Crystal Skull was awful. Like, a lot of people really give that movie a hard time. But it does have some pretty bad parts in it. Overall, I think the movie's okay. It's a bad Indiana Jones movie, though. It's an okay movie, bad Indiana Jones movie. No one talks about Minority Report because we're living it, said Alvin. I mean, not quite. I mean, like the totalitarian society kind of thing, maybe, but I don't know if we quite have people that can see the future yet. At least not. It's not common knowledge, at least. Buffy the Vampire Slayer is the greatest TV show ever made, says Alvin. Hot take. It is definitely. It was a really good show. That was one of those shows I watched late too, which is weird because I loved the movie with Christy Swanson. My sister took me to see it in theaters when it first came out, and but the show came out, and I just had no desire to watch it. I always referred to it as that dumb Buffy show. I never seen it. I was one of those people who talked shit about it. I didn't talk shit about it. I just was like, I don't want to watch that. It looks dumb. But then Netflix. It all came on. Back in the day, the whole entire series was on Netflix. This had to be around 2009 when I was living in that house. Yeah. And I remember I just watched it. I binge watched the shit out of the whole entire series, and I really enjoyed it. It was actually really good. And there's even I think it's 6 seasons, however many seasons there are. There's another season next season, but it's like a motion comic. It's a comic book, but they like add motion to it. It's not fully animated. That's close to it. Short agrees with you, Evan. I will agree. I don't know if I'll say it's the greatest. In a world that the 2003 Battlestar Galactica exists, the 2003 Battlestar Galactica show exists, I can't say that Buffy the Vampire Slayer is the greatest show ever made. But it is definitely up there as one of the greats for sure. If you've not seen Battlestar Galactica, watch that. Such an awesome show, and even though some people really had issues with the ending, I think it had one of the greatest endings to any show ever. Hell Knight said, I would argue that Monk is the greatest TV show. I've heard great things about Monk. I've never seen it. I know Tony Shalhoub is in Monk, but I've never seen it. Tony Shalhoub's pretty good. Yes, Alvin says Monk is good. Oh, I totally love Monk. Alvin's such a great show, says Short. Thought Crime? Is that what Monk's about? Isn't he like he's got like a bunch of ticks and stuff, but he solves crimes or something? I don't know. Monk is my show since it was on USA, says Antonio. I believe that, Antonio. I bet. You know what? I'm going to throw another name out there that I bet you like too, Antonio. That's speaking of USA, and I know about some USA Network. I mean, hell, it's one of my ratings, USA Up All Night. But I'm going to throw one out there that I bet. I just see you liking this show, Silk Stockings. I'm just going to put that name out there, let it marinate, and I guarantee you like it. Or maybe I'm totally wrong. Short said, Jacob, did you see the trailer for Words on a Bathroom Wall? Saw the movie, so good. No, I did not, but I did see your comment about that just the other day. I don't know how I missed that. I fell way behind on comments. The other day, I started going through comments, and I was trying to get caught up, and I more or less got caught up. But I did finally see your comment about that from quite a while back. But I do plan on checking that out when I can. I know it came out later last year, I think, if I remember correctly when I looked it up. I've not seen I've not seen anything about it, but it is on my list. It is. If I'd seen it whenever you because I think you posted that quite a while back, and somehow I just missed it. I get sometimes, depending on what reviews I have out there and how popular they are, sometimes I just get inundated with comments, and some of them unfortunately fall through the cracks. We're all showing our age. Yes, Antonio. I know. I show my age every day. I don't even mind Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. Yeah, the swinging on the vines with the monkeys is pretty bad, and Kate Blanchett as the villain. That is definitely a part. That swinging on the vines thing, I don't know what the fuck was going on there, but it's just got like a few things. It, like I said, I don't think it's a bad movie, but I do think it has some bad parts. I don't even think it's bad. I think it's not a great Indiana Jones movie. It tripped up in a few spots, but some of the issues that people had with it, I didn't think were too far off from Indiana Jones kind of things, like the whole aliens thing. Is that real? I mean, look at the previous Indiana Jones movies. They deal with that kind of stuff. Maybe not aliens, but like supernatural and occult and stuff like that. Those movies deal with that stuff. People were like, "Oh, it's not like Indiana Jones. They had aliens and stuff." I mean, hell, there's supernatural stuff in All of them. All the Indiana Jones movies have something at least pseudo-supernatural in them. People consistently say Breaking Bad is the greatest show, and I say how. I'm not going to say it's the greatest show, but I will say Breaking Bad was a really good damn show. I did think that was a good show. I binged that one too. I watched it. I didn't watch it as it was coming out. I watched them all back to back to back. That was a really good damn show. And it had a good ending too. I will give it that. It wasn't like the just the best ending ever made, but it was a solid ending, and it didn't like screw the ending up, and so many shows do that. Lost. But Battlestar Galactica, while some people hate that ending, I thought that was a fantastic ending. No need for silk stockings to marinate with me, said Antonio. I told you. I knew it. You know, my foundation is built upon content of that nature. I know. I just knew. So I always, whenever I think of USA Network, I think of two things. I think of silk stockings. Well, three things. I think of silk stockings. I'll have to explain the second one. Evil Dead 2 and Captain Caveman. My childhood. I think of Evil Dead 2 because that's where I discovered Evil Dead 2 was on USA Up All Night. The one good movie that came on that fucking show. That's actually how I discovered that show and how I discovered that movie was USA Up All Night. Fell in love with it. Funny thing is, it was USA Up All Night usually shows movies that are like fairly old compared to when the show premiered, but that movie was still fairly new when they showed it. It just didn't do very well, so that's how they were able to get it. Maybe it was the first Evil. I'm pretty sure it was Evil Dead 2. Okay. Oh, wait. I know, Jacob, I understand. It's okay, no problem. What's no problem? What did I say? See, I forget shit I say. Oh, the trailer for Bathroom Walls thing. Yeah, I know. It's on there. I just like, if my viewers recommend something like that, if they're like, hey, will you please do this? I try and get around to it. Short said, yeah, Breaking Bad was good. What is a good movie with a terrible ending, says Hell Knight. Ooh. Good movie with a terrible ending. I know one, and none of you have seen this movie. But it just came out. But it's a smaller movie, and I did a review of it, and it was my main complaint. There's a movie called Rainbow's End. Like Rainbow, like the kid's name is Bo. Bow's End. And I'm not going to get into all the details about what the movie's about, but I thought the movie, regardless of, and I mean, some people it might rub the wrong way, some of its themes and stuff, but just, everything aside, just the movie, the performances, and everything about it was excellent. I thought it was a really great movie. I was like, wow, I'm really liking this movie a lot more than I thought. I thought it was going to be an agenda movie. I didn't feel like it was pushing an agenda on me or anything like that. I was really surprised, and I was like, wow, I thought this was going to be pushing some message and agenda, and it doesn't do that. It's a fantastic movie. I was really liking where it was going. And the end was fucking terrible. It was just like out of left field, and I was like, what just happened? It was laughable. Like, I was sitting there on the couch with my wife, we're watching this movie, and I remember saying to her a few minutes earlier, I was like, I think we paused it for a second so one of us could use the bathroom or grab something from the kitchen or whatever. I remember saying, I'm really liking this movie. And then a few minutes later, this thing happened, and I just made the joke. I was like, oh, this is what's going to happen. It's going to be this. This is what's going to happen next. I was totally joking out there, totally over the top joke. And that's exactly what the fuck happened. And I was like, oh my God, the movie really did that. And it kept going. It was terrible ending, and it kind of soured the whole thing. But yeah, there's plenty of other. None of them are coming to mind right away because that one just instantly jumped to mind. Antonio said Breaking Bad is lucky it didn't get canceled. Both ways. Yeah, that movie that show did push a lot of boundaries. It was so good. It was really good. I didn't have an interest in watching it, and then when I finally started, I was like, wow, this is really damn good. That's one. Who's that? Hell Knight asked me, it was about a movie. You asked what's a movie that's been recommended to me a bunch of times, and I just, when I finally watched it, I was like, oh, wow, that was really good. That's not a movie, it's a show, but that show, I just really did not think I was going to like it as much as I did. That was a great show. Is it the best show ever made? No, but it was a really damn good show. It's up there. Not only did it glorify drugs before the opioid crisis, it did kind of glorify them. My 17-year-old daughter just got home. She was from out of town. That's why I was... She went to see her older sister. Anyway, okay, let's jump into this last part of the show and get this thing going because it's already 11:54 and I don't want to be here all night. Love it though, but okay. This is where I was. Okay. Pull that up and that and that. So that'll do it for the news this week of March 16th, 2021. We also have coming this week... Totally lost my place. Fuck that all up. Let's try that one more time. So that'll do it for the news this week of March 16th, 2021. Not a huge weekend news, but some really interesting things. And if you got Netflix, watch out because they might be coming for you. But beyond the news, as far as releases go, it's a big week in some ways and a small week in others. On the 18th, which is Thursday, we're getting, of course, finally, Zack Snyder's Justice League, and also a little movie on Shudder called Slacks. I haven't seen it, but I've heard that it is an interesting kind of surreal horror flick. I'm looking forward to Justice League, though, and I will definitely be watching that and reviewing it. Now, on Friday, March 19th of this week, we're also getting, and I'm not familiar with all of these, but we're getting The Courier, City of Lies, Enforcement, Happily, Last Call, and Phobias. I've actually not... City of Lies I have heard of. I think it's a crime drama, if memory serves. The others I'm not familiar with. However, Last Call is a movie I'm very familiar with. I got an early screener from that directly from the director of the film some months ago in midsummer. And that was a fantastic film, and I'm happy to see that it is finally getting a wide release. I don't know if it's going to be theatrical. I think these are all theatrical releases. It will definitely be available on VOD. Last Call was fantastic. That is such a good movie. I absolutely recommend everyone check that out. My review of it is still up, and you can get all the details on it. It is a movie that is shot in one continuous shot, not a simulated shot. It is legitimately an unbroken. There's no hidden cuts. None of that. It is one continuous shot from beginning to end, and it is done so meticulous. It is amazing. It is so good the way that they made that work, because the basic premise behind the movie, it's technically two shots, but they happen in one continuous shot each. It's two people having a good bit of it, having a phone call in real time about one of them is contemplating suicide and the other one is trying to talk the other person out of it. And you see both sides at the same time, and every bit of it, they coordinated this in the same city on different sides of the city. They coordinated the whole thing, filming these two people going through. One of them at one point is even walking across the city to go to the apartment where this character will be, and the other one's driving to where that character will be. It was just everything that had to go in to coordinating that whole thing to make it work the way that it did is mind-boggling. And in talking to the director, he was saying that it was just crazy insane getting it to work. They actually had to do, I think they shot it 2 or 3 times until they finally got it right. But Last Call was a fantastic film, not just from its technical perspective, just the film itself, the story, and where it leaves you rather, is just like, wow. And it leaves you in a spot to you're just like super stressed. It was a fantastic movie. I absolutely recommend checking that movie out. Hopefully it gets some consideration and some type of awards this year, because it definitely deserves it. It is a smaller movie, but I'm hoping it everybody who sees it says that they love it and it's wonderful, because it absolutely was. I highly recommend checking out Last Call. Moving on from there, we're going to check out a few trailers. Or not a few, actually. We're going to check out one trailer, and then we're going to check out a short film. A short film from Bat in the Sun, a YouTube channel called Bat in the Sun, about Batman. And I've heard good things about it, and we're going to check that out here. Get all this set up. Move that right there. And make that bigger. Okay. Cool. Now, this first trailer is a movie that kind of came out of nowhere. It's got Jeffrey Dean Morgan in it. I am not familiar with it. I have not seen the trailer. I don't know really much of anything about it. It's called The Unholy, and it is apparently coming out April 2nd, so it'll be out in no time at all. So we're going to jump right in here and check out this trailer and see if there's what The Unholy is all about. So here's the trailer for The Unholy.
She's here.
Ooh. Well, that was creepy.
Story for you. Something the examiner will love. A healing.
Okay, a religious movie.
Divine. A girl performing
demonic.
miracles after a visitation from the Virgin Mary. Chicago, New York.
Oh,
DC,
black eyes,
every
Jeffrey Dean
demographic
Morgan.
on
I'm
this
getting
planet
supernatural vibes.
is eating this up. Give me the exclusive. All right, I think I got this all set up. What do you say we do a couple real easy questions?
How many are gonna watch? Mary wants to reach as many people as possible.
Maybe millions.
So is
There are
she
people out
supposed to
there
be
that
like
don't believe in your
reincarnated?
miracles. How would you respond to those?
Is the Virgin Mary?
Seeing is believing.
And why do you think Mary chose you?
I opened myself up and welcomed her in.
Witnesses of the Virgin
So she's
Mary
like an
draw
apostle?
millions of faithful each year. The Vatican's been tasked to investigate this visitation from the Blessed Virgin.
I'm assuming that all is not good with this. Something's
worth on the
up.
supernatural. Investigated half a dozen miracles. Prove them all false.
She's here.
Oh, Sam Raimi's involved.
Forces at play here.
When God builds a church,
Don't
the devil
Breathe, Evil
builds a
Dead. I like
chapel
both those.
next door.
Don't doubt her. Doubt weakens faith.
So is like this
Hail
Easter.
Mary, full of grace.
So is like the
Pray
Virgin
for us
Mary a
sinners, now and at the
demonic
hour
force
of our
now or
death.
something?
This
I'm
is
assuming
not
it's
the
something
work of
else
the
that's
Virgin
taken her
Mary.
over.
It's the work of the unholy.
faith in evil
CGI monster.
empowers evil.
Believe in her.
What you wish for? Oh, who you pray to?
Offer your souls to Mary.
Yeah, I don't think that's the Virgin Mary, honey.
Mary, Mother of God, the Lord is with you.
Ah. Yeah, it worked the first time. You ain't gonna get me. It's only PG-13 too. Huh. Well, okay. I mean, that might be good. It's in theaters on Good Friday. Yeah, that could be good. I like Jeffrey Dean Morgan, but you know, it could just be another generic, monster, or not monster, but holy monster kind of the Omen. The what's the one that came out about a year ago? The La Lenora or whatever it was. Those kind of movies. Those Blumhouse scary movies, if you will. It could just be another one of those generic type of movies like that, of the spiritual scariness. It could go either way. I don't know. Nothing about it just jumped out at me as, oh, really cool. It did. The trailer had a really good vibe in that first part. I will give it that. It had a really neat, interesting vibe going for it. I can't say that I was just totally in love with it, but I mean, I wasn't hating it. As it went on, though, admittedly, and this is just of the trailer, as the trailer went on, it did seem a little bit more and more generic as it went. I will say that. I feel like the trailer gave away a lot, too. I feel like the trailer was giving away some of the mystery that this movie is going to portray, and the movie is probably going to try and keep things a mystery that the trailer's already given away, and I really fucking hate when trailers do that. But yeah, but up until about the halfway point, I was kind of digging the trailer. I was like, okay, I like this. It's got some mystique to it and all that. But then it just, like I said, about halfway through, it started getting the whole last half of the trailer was kind of generic, honestly. I mean, that doesn't mean anything. I've seen great movies come from terrible trailers and vice versa, but you got the CGI monster. Why that? I don't understand why that I don't know what it's going to do in the movie, but what we saw of this creature in the trailer, why was it CGI? Why couldn't you just have a person in makeup doing that? It would be far more creepy. I mean, if you want to add some CGI smoke and whatever to them, fine, but it just clearly was CGI, and that's just never as scary because I know it's not there. I'm more scared of the loud noises. We're more startled by the loud noises they inject in these scenes than what I'm actually seeing. You can make a CGI creature as creepy looking as you want. It's still CGI, and you know it. Put a real fucking person there. Put a real fucking person in some makeup there, or not, just a creepy ass looking person in a hood shrouded like that, and they look 100 times creepier. But Hollywood never learns. Yeah, I'm going to go with cautiously optimistic. Maybe a little bit less than cautiously optimistic. I'm not going to be running out to theaters to see that one for sure. I hope it's good. I don't want any movie to be bad, but I'm not, especially after the second half of that trailer, I'm not thinking it's going to be great. Hopefully I'm proved wrong, though. But what did everybody here, what do you guys think? Do you think The Unholy is going to be just the next Exorcist? I doubt it. But hey, if it's for you, it's for you. I hope it's great, and I hope that I am proven wrong, and when it comes out, I'm just like, wow, that was the best horror movie ever. I just kind of doubt it. Okay, guys, give me 1 second. All we have left is this Batman thing I've been touting that we're going to watch. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back, and we're going to jump right into that. Okie dokie. I'm going to take one look at the chat real quick, see if you guys had anything else to say, and then I'm going to jump into this Batman movie short film. For those of you that were not here at the beginning and haven't read the pinned chat, we are about to watch Batman Dying is Easy, the short film from Bat in the Sun. FYI. Yeah, Bat in the Sun. I wanted to make sure I was saying the right YouTube channel. Okay, so where'd I leave off? Hell Knight said the ending of Ghost Ship is great just because of the music. Hang on just a second, guys. Sorry. Better close the door. I don't remember the ending of Ghost Ship. I remember the beginning of Ghost Ship because the beginning of Ghost Ship was really good. That's like one of everybody knows is that of being like a great beginning to a, depending on what you think of the movie, not maybe the greatest movie ever. Short said, "Oh, I saw that movie. It was good." Were you talking about the original or the remake? Ghost Ship 2002. Yeah, that remake. It was, the beginning of that movie was awesome, but the end, or I remember the end, but I remember the rest of the movie just being kind of Short said, "Greg left and didn't say bye. How rude." Maybe he fell asleep at his keyboard. Or he'll probably be back. "I'd never do that," said Antonio. Points. I know you wouldn't, boo. Hey, thanks, Antonio. I really appreciate that. Jacob, did you get the email from my company? Yeah, I did. I said that you may have left for a minute earlier. That's what I was talking about. Well, I guess it was. I got an email and I saw your name on it, and I didn't get the chance to read it, but I was going through my emails right before this started, looking at some other things I had, and I saw you had sent me an email. It said something about a company, but I didn't read the whole thing, or I didn't go through it. I just kind of read the subject. Good, thanks. You know your boy well. He did, Antonio, but he didn't get a chance to really pay attention to it, though. Jacob. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Ever since The Nun, I haven't thought any exorcism or ghost movie is going to be good. I didn't see The Nun. I heard terrible things about it. Nothing about it jumped out at me, and I think that was either before I was doing YouTube. I think it was right before I was doing YouTube, or I had just started, and that was before I was seeing as much, reviewing as much stuff. Unholy is not anything special, I can tell. That's what I was saying, Short. True, I agree with you on that, Hell Knight. Yeah, I don't know. It didn't blow me away, but I guess we'll see. Comes out April 2nd. Maybe it's going to be the biggest April Fool's joke of the year. All right. So, we're going to check out this little short film. It is 25 minutes long. I'm going to react to it and talk through it, and then we will discuss. I've heard that this is supposed to be awesome. And I will say that Bat in the Sun, the channel that made this, the people behind it, I was reading one of the tags. They do great things. I mean, I haven't watched them in a while, but they put out some really high quality content. Some really entertaining shit. Hell Knight said, "Are you looking forward to the Indiana Jones set on 4K? That's one of those things. I own it already. If I came across a really good deal on it, I'd buy it. I don't really buy a lot of physical media anymore. I'll buy some things on 4K. Like Lord of the Rings. I know I've mentioned that a few times. That's my favorite movie ever made. I'll get that eventually whenever. I know it's in stock someplace. I'll pick that up. If I come across really good deals, I impulse buys, I might. And if Indiana Jones, if I find the whole entire set and it's just an unbelievable deal, I'd probably pick it up. But I'm not I gotta have that on 4K. I'm kind of over, I enjoy a 4K movie, and I want to have the best looking version I can of movies, but it's like I don't have to have the 4K anymore. I don't know. I'm to a point in my life where I'm just like, I've got the movie, I'm fine. I don't want the VHS or something like that. I mean, if I've got the Blu-ray, I'm probably cool. There are a few movies that I want the absolute best one, and I'll like go out of my way to get. But like I said, for the most part, I'll just watch it on whatever. I actually just got a shit ton of DVDs and a few Blu-rays and 3 or 4 4K discs from my mom. I saw my mom this weekend, and she collects movies, but she does collect mostly DVDs still. She buys them in droves. She gets some Blu-rays and stuff here or there. She doesn't even know the difference though. she just buys movies. She has so many movies. I told her she should get a YouTube channel and do like a what do they call it, where you show like all your movies and stuff to people. I said you should do that. She didn't even know what the hell I was talking about. I showed her my YouTube channel and she's like, oh yeah, that's great. Like, she doesn't know. My mom's pretty old, but she still buys tons of movies, and she had so many. She got rid of like hundreds of them literally about a year or so ago, and she still has thousands. And she gave me the other day, man, that pile over there is a solid 200 movies. Some I've seen, some I haven't. I'm probably not going to keep them all because I just don't have a place for them, but I'm keeping a few of them. I went through them, but because she was like, I'm just going to get rid of them, so if you want them, you can take them, you can sell them, you whatever. So I might take them to a pawn shop or something, but I'm going to keep a lot of them, but I just don't have a spot for them. But yeah, I get a lot of movies just for every now and then. She'll like unload a shit ton on me because she has so fucking many. I went through there and I was like, holy crap, they're everywhere. I mean, they're neat, and she has them like in storage and stuff like that, but they're just fucking everywhere. I'm like, you just buy everything. You like go to the store and you just, I'll take one of all. Shit I've never even heard of. And I mean, shit I have heard of, but just everything. She doesn't do Netflix or anything like that either, though, but she doesn't even have the internet. She thinks that if you get on the internet, somebody's going to steal your information and like take over your life. My mom's pretty old, okay? I tried to talk her into Netflix and I was unsuccessful. Oh well. All right, let's jump into this thing. This is Batman Dying is Easy. Do a little intro talk about it and then we'll get into it. Okay. That ready? So this week we're going to do something a little different. I usually take a look at 2, maybe 3 trailers. We looked at the one, but instead of another trailer, we're going to look at a short film that I've had recommended to me by quite a few of my followers and just heard a lot of people talking about. So I figured, let's check it out. It's from a YouTube channel called Bat in the Sun. I was already subscribed to them, and I highly suggest checking out their channel, especially if you like just like kind of mashups that will never happen, but you'd like to see fantasy mashups and things, especially with video games or comic books, especially, and other mediums like that, pop culture mediums. They take popular characters and will pit them against each other. That's kind of their thing they've done for a while. And but they're all really high quality videos. They've done like Wolverine versus the Predator, and Batman versus the Alien, Deadpool versus the Joker, just to name a few. But they're all super high quality short films. This one in particular apparently is extremely high quality and a bit longer than the other ones. It's clocking in, it looks like about 25 minutes. And it's not a mashup. This is actually a short story about Batman called Batman Dying is Easy. So I'm looking forward to this. I have high hopes that it will be high quality, and I've heard nothing but good things about it. So I figured we'd check it out. If it ends up being a good watch, I highly recommend checking out Bat in the Sun, YouTube channel, and watching this and much more of their stuff. So let's jump right into this and check out Batman Dying is Easy. Looks like we got a disclaimer here right at the beginning. Disclaimer: Bat in the Sun Productions and the following presentation are in no way affiliated with DC Comics or Warner Brothers. Dying is Easy is a non-profit film and is free to all enjoy. All right, cool. So here we go with Batman Dying is Easy. I like that logo. Pretty sure that's an original logo. Oh! That's a cool Batmobile. It's like a mix from the Arkham game and the old school Batmobile and the new Nolan Batmobile. I do like that. That's a cool logo. Dying is easy. I suppose it is. See, that's how you do CG. That's a real shot, and they added shit in.
Still, there are no leads on the 3 missing police officers.
Joey
The commissioner had
Quinn,
this to
Brian
say.
Murphy.
I got the best people working on it, but
That guy's familiar. Who is he?
trails run cold.
The district attorney has launched multiple investigations with no results. Every night, visitors, Gotham citizens have taken to the streets of the candlelight vigil in hopes they'll find them. You have any information?
She like a kidnapped girl or something? Oh, dude, you're fucked up. Ah. Ooh. Hell yeah. Damn. Oh, shit. They got blood on the screen. Oh, it's the fucking, what's his name? Whooped his ass.
You enjoy stealing innocence.
Oh, what's his name? I can't remember his name. Batman looks badass.
The girls, my Alice's, seem to enjoy it.
Oh, is he like molesting the girls?
Again.
Oh! He didn't kill him. He didn't kill him, so he's still
Don't leave me here. Please.
in Batman mode. I like that suit, man. That looks really good. Even though that's like fully lit and everything, which you don't see Batman in like full on light very often, he still looks real dark and cool 2 months later. I see Axis. I know all that's fake, but it does look really good, especially for a YouTube channel.
Hey, give me a minute, would you?
Is that Michael Madsen? It is!
Bullock. What do you want?
Oh, yeah, that's Bullock. Oh, I thought he was floating in the air.
Shut up. How's it hanging there, Bats? I don't have any time for your lack of candor, Bullock. Talk. You think I enjoy coming up here in the middle of the night? Freezing my butt off. Just because Gordon's in the hospital. I got real cases. I got actual things to do. 3 of my men are missing, and you know what? I'm gonna find out where they are, one way or another. I don't really have.
Who is he gonna take the mask? Who is playing Batman?
The babysit freak in a cape, flying around the city pretending to be a superhero.
I don't think he's pretending, homie. He is. Well, he's not super, but he's a hero.
You know, just because Gordon respects you doesn't mean I have to, right? It goes both ways. Listen, you know what? I have some good news for you. The pasty-faced clown is dying.
The Joker?
Anything else? Well, he's demanding to see you, of course. You guys spend most of your life together, right? I thought maybe you'd be excited. There'd be a little celebration from your side of things.
I like that suit. That suit looks really good, man.
As far as I'm concerned, one of you madness
For a fucking
brothers
YouTube channel, that shit looks
is
legit.
exactly what you deserve. Death of the Joker, nothing to celebrate. All I'm saying is that somebody should have pulled the trigger on him a long time ago.
Well, you're the one with a gun and a license to kill.
Yeah. Well, don't tempt me there, Bat.
Yeah, do it. And you'll see exactly how deep this well of madness can run.
Yeah, bitch, do something. I'm Batman. I might not kill you, but I'm gonna fuck you up.
We're still waiting on you.
Excuse me. Listen, I thought I told you to give me a minute.
I thought I told you to give me a minute.
Anyway,
Nah, you should have known he was gonna do that. That's what Batman does.
hey, Bats!
You just leave your ass hanging. Okay, that was a little suspect, but
Hugo, I'm on my way.
it looked good for a.
Transfer Joker from its cell to
It's a YouTube channel. Come on now.
I see you spoke to Lieutenant Bullock. I would have reached out to you personally, but I have no way of contacting you directly.
As it should be.
I mean, yes, some of this clearly is CGI and like that. And a little suspect, but we got to take into account that this is a short film made for a YouTube channel. Like, all the practical shit looks really good. And the camera work and everything, like, is really good too.
Good evening to all. This is Dr. Hugo Strange.
He's a villain.
Regarding tonight's schedule, due to a code
Or he becomes a villain at least.
dinner and all night activities.
Yeah.
related to further notice.
Everybody chill.
Lockdown is in effect.
That's his ass.
Level 6.
Victor's ass, right?
Please be extra
I think.
cautious. That is all.
No, I think I heard Harley Quinn. Who's that? Riddler? Riddler, maybe?
Riddle me this.
Yep. Told you.
Belongs to you, but everyone else uses it.
Oh, there's Poison Ivy. Oh, there's Harley Quinn.
Did you miss me? I hope you've gotten all my love letters.
Fucking nut job.
Wow, Harley, he walked right past you.
You know, as much as Harley Quinn is loved, she is one of the newest villains in the Batman. Oh, Croc. You look pretty good.
Easy now there.
Oh, I wonder who's playing the Joker. That's not Mark Hamill. I know they've done the Joker on this channel before.
I like it. Yes, get these off me.
It's all yours.
An increasingly dangerous situation.
I used to have a TV like that when I was a kid.
This moment. He was supposed to
All right, let's
take
see how they
place
do
on
the Joker.
Gotham Bridge. Or the old water reserve. Or Jerry's abandoned circus.
And Frank.
Televised for millions to see.
Cool with the voice.
To end like
He's clearly trying to do a Mark Hamill, though. I mean, he's trying to do a Kevin Conroy.
I'm dying. Melanoma.
I'll take it.
Well, I guess that acid bath wasn't too funny, was it?
The night we first met.
I think that's the guy who... Actually, I think that's the guy who makes these.
All my close calls. Skin cancer. The humor is not lost on me.
I do. I think that's the guy who actually
Dying
directs
is
these.
easy.
Yeah, and comedy is hard. Why am I here?
That's a great question. I want you.
But I'm pretty sure that's the same guy who
You start.
played the Joker in their other
I want you, Batsy.
Joker. I think it was Joker and Harley Quinn versus Deadpool and
Our legacy
Domino.
is too grand to end with a whimper. It must be epic. It must be gut-wrenching. You have nothing to say. I just told you that I'm dying. This is it. The final confrontation. After all we've been through. This is our final soliloquy.
I don't feel like the Joker would do that.
I don't care about our legacy.
You're a coward. You won't kill me because you're afraid. Not because of some high moral code or your one rule.
Because it seems like he's getting, like,
Because without
frustrated.
me, you can't justify your own existence.
I feel like the Joker would say these things, but not like
Right.
this.
I am afraid.
It's almost like a bit of
That
desperation.
once I murder, I'll like the taste of it. And then I'll kill every single inmate at Arkham Asylum. But you need me. Freeze has Nora. Poison Ivy has her environmental cause. Riddler has his puzzles. But you have nothing. Without me, you become your worst fear. And that's being upstaged by everyone here.
I am the king of this asylum. See my crown? It sparkles in the bitter glow of twilight.
I'm not gonna say I hate it, but like the Joker doesn't like lose his cool. If when he does lose his cool, it's not his anger comes through
See, Batsy,
differently. That's not how
I'm
he
the
does
one
it usually.
thing That you are not.
He would like laugh it off
You've spent your whole
and be really
life
passive aggressive about
fighting
whatever he
crime,
says.
Night after night.
I mean, there's a bunch of different
Dead
versions of the
sidekick
Joker,
after
so
dead sidekick.
I don't hate it though.
What? You're utterly miserable. Afraid of the one thing that could possibly bring you joy. See, I am completely and genuinely happy. I wake up every morning with a great
This seems like Joker.
smile.
But that's how he taunts Batman. That's how he taunts everybody. He's got a big ass smile on his face. And he talks shit, but he never lets anything get to him.
Hate your
Like even when he gets hurt, he kind of like makes a quip about it.
I've often wondered, where were you when the boy laid bleeding out on the floor in that dusty warehouse?
He's talking about Robin. I think it goes.
True, presenting him to me was a stroke of genius, masterful in your story.
I think he beat Robin to death with a crowbar or something like that.
He knew how to sell it. His firm, muscular body breaking under the weight of my lead crowbar. Do you know what his last words were?
That's what the Joker does. He gets under your skin like that.
His last breath.
He doesn't let you see his frustration. He like
He said your name over and over again.
attacks you like mentally like this.
I would give anything to hear the boy scream your name one last time. Oh, did I hit a nerve? Ouch. Well,
Will
I
Batman
like
kill?
moving on.
Batman has killed before in the comics. He actually in one of them he killed the Joker.
So
He put a fucking batarang between his eye or in his eye at one point.
Do you know what I remember most about this night? It was her hair. It smelled like lavender.
Heh.
execution. Do what everyone wants and just kill me.
I'm not an executioner.
Just an indirect one, Patsy. I can never measure up to your death toll. Yours is the accumulation of everyone in this asylum. Half the tombstones in Gotham.
Just fucking kill him.
Because of you, that's your legacy.
Enough!
Oh, what the fuck? His feet's all fucked up.
Would still be alive. If you had died years ago, Robin would have a little flock of his own. And Barbara, her dreams shattered like her spine.
I mean, I think the same could be said about you, Mr. J.
You're no longer relevant. When's the last time that you've been in the news? Croc, Ivy, Freeze. Even Condiment King have had their headlines. What have you done?
Condiment King.
Let me in. Veil the curtain, Patsy. You know those 3 missing police officers? I killed them.
What?
I gutted them and left them to rot at O'Neill's Toyland. I can't tell you how much of a joy it's been to watch in secret as Gotham's torn itself apart.
This guy's got the smile for the Joker.
Oracle, did you get all that?
Loud and clear. O'Neill's Toyland. I'm sending the info to GCPD now.
You're so predictable. I knew that if I worked you up, you'd lose your focus.
Worked up.
But that's the thing, the Joker doesn't lose his focus.
Are you?
What are you talking about?
I faked your toxicology report, along with your blood samples.
Oh shit. See? That's Batman's superpower.
Look at me.
It's not like in Justice League where he said I'm rich. His superpower is he's
your water supply for weeks. I knew that if you thought that you were dying,
the best detective around.
out to try to impress me. I discovered that one of Jervis's thugs had possession of a police baton. It was registered to one of the missing police officers. I found 3 sets of fingerprints, and one of them was yours.
You lied to me. You lied when you said you don't care about me. But you do. You spent weeks planning and preparing this. So we could have another awe-inspiring performance.
I got thoughts about this.
Bravo. Bravo.
I guess dying isn't easy.
Is that a joke?
Is he gonna close the door, or we're just gonna leave it open so the Clown Prince of Crime can just walk the fuck out whatever he wants? Which I guess he can anyway, because he said he killed those police officers that people have been looking for. And I'm under the impression he's been in jail for a while. That's a green screen.
Good job. See you guys downtown tomorrow. All right, take it easy.
Is it gonna leave us on a cliffhanger? Because Bullock is supposed to be kind of like corrupt, but still a good guy.
Been playing everyone the whole time, and me included.
It had to be real.
Think I was too stupid to sell it?
Those are your words, not mine.
Damn, Batman, that's a woman line right there, dude.
Those men were already dead.
Excuse me, what was that? What'd you just say?
I said they were already dead.
You knew they were dead.
Yes.
Then what was all that about? Why did you do all that for them?
I didn't do it for them. I did
Did
it
it for the
family.
families. Ah!
I had to take away hope so their families could heal. It said that the worst thing to come out of Pandora's box were not the sorrows of the plagues. It was hope itself. Hope's a gamble. Hope lacks certainty. And this city knows all too well what hopelessness and pain can do. It drives it mad.
You know, after all these,
maybe the family can start the healing process and move on.
after all these Batman tellings and retellings, and the one thing that is consistent in all of them is that Gotham City is a fucking shithole. Why does anybody live there?
I used to think you were too crazy to deal with. But I realize now, underneath that Halloween costume, you're actually not such a bad guy.
And he's gone. Come on, did you think he was going to be there?
What an asshole.
Batman is kind of an asshole.
Bullock was right calling me a madness dweller. Not knowing why or who killed my parents has left me with this endless open wound. An abyss.
I thought he did know. He does know why, or he knows
lack of closure that's
who killed his parents. Depends on which version as to why.
a monster that I both fear and embrace.
His parents got killed by, I can't remember the guy's name. Besides the 89 Burton Batman, it's always the same guy. All right, there it was.
Just laugh away.
Aaron Shinoki? Shunky? Dude, I'm sorry, I'm butchering your name. Yeah, see, I knew he was the, I thought that was the director. He's the guy who runs that, well, he's the face of the channel, at least I assume he runs it. He makes all these. That was Doug Jones? Wait. Doug Jones. Who was? Whoa. Wait. I missed something. Go back. Who was? Because Strange looked familiar too. I know Michael Madsen. Doug Jones, is that like from the famous Doug Jones? Chris Daltrey. That name's familiar too. I need to look these people up. Doug Jones played Abe Sapien in Hellboy. And he's been in other things too. Oh, there's a stinger. There's a stinger. I see it. I think all the people that made this were fantastic, but just for the purpose of this stream, I'm going to skip forward a bit. Let's check out this stinger. Ah, Catwoman. A very Arkham City Catwoman, if I might say. If I do say so myself. Her fingers look very Michelle Pfeiffer Catwoman, though.
Selena.
Are we going to get a follow-up? Thank you to all our Indiegogo contributors. We could not have made this film without you all. Well, I wasn't an Indiegogo contributor, but they were. Damn, that's a whole bunch of motherfuckers. Damn, how much money did this fucking thing take? That's a whole bunch of people. Woo. Jesus. Even if they all gave $5, that's a shit ton of money. Bad to Sun. All right, so that was Batman. Dying is Easy. Well, that was pretty cool, man. I mean, we got to take into consideration when watching something like this. It is a short film. It is an independent. It's a nonprofit, and it is a YouTube short film, effectively. Which, I mean, I don't. That sounds like I'm discounting it, but I mean, there were a few moments like with the CGI where it's better than I could do, but it was still, giving a honest critique. Some of the CGI was a little suspect here or there, like especially the stuff with like the Batmobile. I thought the Batmobile design was really cool. It was like kind of like a mishmash of like a little bit of the 80s Burton Batman with some of the Arkham City Batmobile, and even some of the Tumbler from the Christopher Nolan Batman, and maybe even a dash of the Justice League era or Snyder Batman in there. It's kind of like a mishmash of all of them, and I did like that design. It looked pretty cool. But when it was in motion and you saw it going down the road a couple of times, it was a little. You could tell that's where that's where they could deal with some more money if they were gonna like make like a full length Batman movie. I think that these guys got a lot of talent though, man. Because look at the practical stuff. The everything else looked great. It was shot well. It had a real epic scope. It seemed like Batman. I mean, the guy who played Batman, Porter, I think his name was. I can't remember what his first name was. Thought he did a really good job as Batman. I mean, he growled a lot. Michael Madsen was kind of flippant as he usually is as Bullock, but that's what that character is. Are these Oscar-winning performances? No, but they were really entertaining. I mean, for a short film on YouTube, I thought it was great. But you put this up on the big screen as a full length, yeah, you're going to probably get a little bit more criticism out of everybody, myself included. But as a short film, like a concept film, this is fantastic. I mean, all the practical stuff and everything looked great. And technically, it looked great. You throw in some of that CGI, some of the stuff, like some of the city scenes where it showed it had the real city with some CGI elements kind of making it Gotham. I thought that stuff looked pretty good. And even some of the other background CGI things looked all right. A few cracks in the armor here or there. But once again, man, we're talking about a non-profit, fan-made Batman movie on YouTube. You got to give a little at some point. I can't like hold this up to the same. I can't compare it to Avengers Endgame and say, well, I mean, Endgame had better effect. No shit. But they made this movie. They're never going to make any money off this movie. So, I mean, they made it, whatever money they put into it, it is what it is. It's just this movie. It's a fan film. I thought it was great. I mean, it was really entertaining. It had some action in it, but I mean, the bulk of it was him doing his little conversation with Joker and just showing a little bit of fan service here or there with the stuff in the background, like Hugo Strange and all the characters that he was, the Rogues Gallery when he was walking through Arkham. But, I mean, the action it showed in the beginning where he whooped those guys' ass in that apartment, that was pretty fucking cool. I do wish we'd gotten a little bit more of that. If I could have done with one more beat-em-up scene like that. Seeing Batman throw down, like, down and dirty, whooping motherfuckers' asses, kind of like the BVS Batman when he went into the warehouse scene in the end of the movie, probably the best scene in the whole movie. Anytime I get to see Batman just like beating the shit out of people hardcore and gritty like that, I'm down. And I like that in this one. I mean, he's like slamming people up against walls and all that and crushing nuts. That stuff was really cool. And it was shot really well. That was some exciting stuff. And that should tell you what I was speaking about this channel earlier, Bat in the Sun. A lot of their videos are just that. They're like even more, they're shorter than this, much shorter little videos and film, well, not little, but films. They're real high quality, like of this quality, but they're more or less, a lot of them, they're much more fighting because it's usually two popular characters that you'd never see meshed together, coming together and fighting. And yeah, this is a more, narrative take on what they've been doing for years. And I like that. I think they're going in the right direction. They have done something similar to this before with Batman, I think, but it was years and years and years ago, and I think it was on a smaller scale. But the only thing, I mean, besides, I do wish we had one more beat 'em up scene, but I was cool with it the way it was, and I like the story they were telling and showing the Batman doing his detective thing, because that's what Batman's superpower is that he's the greatest detective. He outsmarts his foes. But that's kind of why the Joker has always been his greatest foe, because the Joker's not a brawler either. The Joker is a mental gymnast. I mean, he goes in and he's like a mental assassin. He attacks you. You don't ever see the Joker like getting in fistfights with people and stuff like that. It's very rare because he's typically a fairly frail guy, but he usually attacks people mentally and gets you. He never loses his cool, and if he does lose his cool, you might see like a flicker in his eye, but he'll immediately go in. He's got this, the Joker, the good Jokers have always had this swagger where they don't get mad and lose it. And that's one of the things that makes him seem so insane, that I'm not going to say I hated it, but it did stand out to me. I didn't love the part where the Joker in this clearly lost his shit. And maybe it was because he thought he was dying and he was sick, and it was supposed to show how he's like breaking down and all that. Maybe that's what they were going for. I don't know. But I know typically the good Jokers that we see, the good representations of Joker, he doesn't ever lose his shit. I mean, even if he's like facing death, life's a joke. He just laughs it off. And if you piss him off, he may get pissed off, this character, but he usually will kind of like, but then he doesn't like lash out. The way he lashes out is he'll just kind of come back at you with some real deep cut shit that's going to piss you off. It's kind of like arguing with your significant other. They're going to come back with some deep cut shit and flip the conversation around. That's what the fucking Joker is. He's like arguing with your husband and or wife when things get like real bad. He's going to like come at you with some like hardcore shit and flip this conversation around, and you're like, how did we fucking get here? But I'm really pissed off at you. That's what the Joker does. And I didn't care as much about how he kind of lost his shit there. Like I said, it might be because they're trying to say, well, he's close to death, so. But I've seen the Joker in other instances and other portrayals where he is close to death, where he's about to die, and he's still kind of the Joker because he's anarchy. He doesn't care. He's just, life's a joke, even if life's about to end. And I just don't think he would ever lose his shit to Batman like that. Because, I mean, even look at Heath Ledger's Joker, which a lot of people consider to be one of the best, if not the best. When he's getting his ass whipped by Batman, he's still kind of just making little quips. I mean, you can tell he's hurt, and he's like, Now, I mean, this one, he didn't lose his shit too much, and he did kind of revert back to that at one point of the kind of taking deep cuts at Batman to get him pissed off to do something and to just flip it and make you lose your cool so you're not as focused. And I like that. I like that. I just thought that they were trying, because it's nuance with the Joker. Yes, we all know that the Joker needs Batman, and he craves him. And I think that the idea that this was trying to project of saying that Batman telling the Joker, I don't give a shit about you, just go to fuck on, how that would kind of bother the Joker. Yeah, I like that idea, and I think that is something in those mythos that he definitely would. The Joker would have issue if Batman was like, I don't care about you, I'm not going to pay you any attention, if he couldn't get that attention from Batman. But I don't think it would necessarily manifest in anger the way that it did in that. I think the Joker would just continue to push and push and push and be a pain in Batman's ass until he finally had to do something. And we do see that in this when he eventually does that, but he also broke character, if you will, broke Joker character. I like the portrayal of Joker more or less in this. It wasn't the best portrayal of Joker, but it was fine. It was pretty good. I think that just that bit right there where he lost his shit and got angry for real, that made me kind of lose that put a little bit of a tarnish on the whole thing for me just a bit. Didn't ruin the experience at all, but I mean, it did stand out to me because that's just what makes the Joker. He's not going to crack. It's almost like Batman, the whole not killing people thing, that's the Joker not showing any true emotion. Everything comes out as a joke, and it shows how truly crazy he is. But overall, Batman dying is easy. Pretty good, really good. I mean, especially for a fan-made short film on YouTube, this was excellent. It was great. Once again, I'm not judging this up against a Hollywood production. You gotta understand how this was made and what it was made for, and what they had to work with. I think they did a great job. I thought the suit looked great. I thought the portrayal of Batman was great. Man, when he was whooping ass in the beginning, that was pretty badass. I mean, seriously, I like that. It looked great. It was shot well. When it came to the CGI special effects, as I said, just a couple of things here or there that are, yes, it was a little weak in some spots. Not all of it, but some spots it was. But it wasn't awful, especially given where it's coming from. You gotta look at this from that point. I mean, you're not gonna judge a filet mignon from a high dollar gourmet restaurant, to a Big Mac at McDonald's. Both are good in their own right. I mean, you gotta. I hate that sounds like I'm saying this is a fucking Big Mac, but this is definitely a filet mignon on YouTube. That's for sure. I would definitely recommend checking this out. It only takes, credits and all, it's 25 minutes and 48 seconds. So I'd say the whole thing is probably actually only about, right here, I'll tell you, it's 21 minutes. The whole thing is 21 minutes, credits not included. So it's definitely worth it, especially if you're a Batman fan. Check it out. And check out Bat in the Sun. Their channel is really cool. I've been a fan of their channel for quite a while. They don't release content like as frequently as some others, but that's because their content's like some shit like this. They got some high quality content for a YouTube channel that shows up on here, and it's all non-profit. I mean, they can't get anything because these are all like owned IPs. So some really good stuff. I would like to see maybe Bat in the Sun or these guys with their talent maybe make an original character or something like that, an original story, and maybe you guys can actually get some money, or maybe even get something started. I'd like to see their, original take on a superhero and see what you do. Just a thought. I mean, who knows? Come up with your own superhero idea, because, they've done pretty much all the other ones. Come up with your own superhero idea and show us what your ideal superhero and villains and all that. Like, make a little short or a full-length movie like that. Who knows? You might take off from there. But, yeah, that was Batman Dying is Easy. And, definitely recommend it. So, trying to pull up the chat here. Guess I can close that now. I highly recommend you guys check out this channel, though, for real. I wasn't bullshitting. Well, I don't even have the chat pulled up, but before I do, hang on, where's this? Like, they got crazy, like, looks like they've been working on this Dying is Easy thing for a while now, for the past some time. Where are their little movies? Oh, they got some. He's been doing some other videos now, apparently some unboxings and stuff. Yeah, the White Ranger versus Scorpion. Shit like that. And I think the White Ranger is actually played by the guy who actually did the White Ranger on the TV show The Power Rangers. I wasn't a big, huge Power Ranger fan. But, yeah, like, I've watched mostly their... Oh, okay, that's the guy who played Batman in this. Some of their older stuff. Joker. Oh, Black Widow versus Black Canary. See, that's cool. See, that DC versus Marvel, you'd never see that. Black Widow, Winter Soldier versus Nightwing, Black Canary. This is the kind of shit I'm talking about. That's like just some really cool kind of like, you're never going to see this. Wolverine versus everyone, live action Batman. I need to watch that one. I don't see Wolverine versus everyone. Casey Jones versus Kick-Ass. see that? Avengers versus everyone. I mean, these are like crazy shit. You're never gonna see official versions of this because they can't exist. I mean, Marvel and DC are not gonna come together for this. Deadpool versus Deathstroke. These are Michael Myers versus the Look-See. I don't know what Look-See is. I guess that's something from a movie. The Joker versus Negan from The Walking Dead. Winter Soldier versus Nightwing. These are all pretty cool things. What's this? Boba Fett versus Star-Lord. Yeah, so anybody who's like into the whole geeky kind of like, if this stuff sounds like fun time to you, yeah, do it. Because it is. Most of them do have a bit of it because they realize that, hey, this is it's an out there thing, so there's usually a bit of a comedic take to it to a degree, but they're still just really cool, and they're very high dollar. Wonder Woman versus Wolverine, White Ranger versus... Okay, this is... they got reaction videos to their own stuff, too. Maybe I should do that, have a reaction video to my own stuff. I don't think my stuff's as interesting as theirs, so... Spider-Man versus Darth Maul, yeah. Okay. Batman... I've seen this one. This one was actually really cool. Batman versus Darth Vader. That was a lot cooler than you would think. But yeah, man, that kind of shit right there, that's just really... some really interesting stuff that you're not going to get anywhere. That's a really cool channel. I definitely suggest checking them out. What? That's not what I meant to do. There we go. I hate this view. I'm going to go back to this one. Okay. So let's check out the chat here. I couldn't see... It didn't... The way I was watching the video, I couldn't see the chat at the same time. I could have put it on a screen over here, but I've got like... It wasn't going to be easy for me to watch that and look at the chat at the same time. So if you guys have said some stuff... Bring this back. Let's see. Where was I? So there's Antonio's super chat. Thanks again for that, my man. Super guy. Hey, Super Guy's here. What's up, Super Guy? How you doing? Okay, here's where I was with the Indiana Jones thing. Short and Sweet said, hey, Super Guy, your username is very cool. Super Guy, did your username used to be different? Did you have a different username like a year or so ago? Because your icon, or what do they fucking call that? Your profile picture. I swear there was somebody with that exact same profile picture, but had a different username, like Psy or something like that. Super Psy. I don't know. Was that you? It was like a year ago or something. I don't know. It's some random... I don't know why I remember that. I could have just been somebody else, I guess, with a similar profile picture. But, anywho. Super Guy said he beat Robin with a crowbar and left for dead to blow up in a bomb. And Batman was too late to say, yeah. So I thought, yeah, I was going to say he blew up the warehouse too, but I couldn't remember that for sure. You also have a nice username, Short and Sweet. Short and Sweet, I got, also, where's my phone? I think my phone's charging upstairs, but I got on Twitter, I know you're on Twitter too, I got a channel subscribed or followed me on Twitter that was called Short and Sweet Movie Reviews, and I thought it was you for a minute. Unless it was. I didn't look into it thoroughly, but I was like, wait, that's not her. Do you have a new channel or a venue that we're not aware of? So we guys said, that is for me to know and you to find out. Up, up, and away. Oh, she said, are you a superhero, super guy? If Gotham is so shitty, what about New York or Chicago? Chicago's definitely shitty. New York was shitty. I don't know. I think that they got New York turned around and got better. I don't know how it is nowadays. But I heard that they had a resurgence. And, I mean, really every city has some really shitty areas. But Gotham's always been based on kind of like a Chicago. It's been more Chicago, and Metropolis was New York. And Chicago has nice areas, but man, Chicago got, especially recently in the past few years, Chicago's not in a good spot right now. Last time I went to Chicago, it was fun, but that was 10 years ago. It's not even that far from where I live, really. Doug Jones is every character in Pan's Labyrinth. Yeah, he was in Pan's Labyrinth. He was in he played himself in something recently too. But yeah, he's the real skinny guy. He was Abe Sapien in whatchamadoogie. Batman and Robin, or Batman Returns, or The Dark Knight Rises, says Hell Knight. Let me see, Batman and Robin. Out of those, Batman and Robin, I always get those confused, and we've had this conversation too. Batman and Robin is the George Clooney one. That's the real bad one. Batman Returns. I didn't care much for Batman Returns either. I'd say The Dark Knight Rises. I don't think The Dark Knight Rises was as terrible as everybody says. I don't think it was. It was the lesser of the three of the Nolan trilogy, but I don't think it was definitely better than those other two you mentioned. Hell Knight said, I'll take Batman and Robin. Now, I haven't seen Batman and Robin in years, and on my new series I'm about to start, I will eventually get to it. I have a feeling Batman and Robin is going to be, like I was talking about earlier, not a good movie, but an entertaining movie, just because it's so just batshit crazy out there. So we got said Batman Returns over Dark Knight Rises over Batman and Robin. I was going to go with Batman Returns. That's another one I haven't seen. I've seen Dark Knight Rises... more recently than any of those. But I was going to say Batman Returns, but Batman Returns has the fucking Penguin in it, and I know I've expressed it before. I fucking hate the Penguin. I will be watching it again in the foreseeable future, so maybe my opinion will change, because I love the 89 Batman, but Batman Returns I cannot stand the fucking Penguin. Fucking hate him. Not just that Penguin, any Penguin. The one on the Gotham TV show, surprisingly enough, what I watched, I only watched the first few seasons of that on Netflix, and then I hadn't watched the more recent stuff, I don't even know if that show's still on, but I liked that Penguin, actually. I was like, wow, I kind of, for once, I like a portrayal of the Penguin, but every other Penguin I fucking hated. Like the one, I used to watch the 60s show when I was a kid. It was reruns, by the way. I wasn't alive in the 60s, but I used to watch that shit religiously because it was on all the time, especially right before and after the 89 Batman. Loved it with Adam West, but that Penguin in it, walking around going, rah, 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 rah. I hated that motherfucker. And I hated Danny DeVito as him. I've hated every single portrayal of him except for the one in Gotham. Now, I don't know where he ended up. Maybe I would have hated him later on in the show, but at the first few seasons, I enjoyed his portrayal. Batman Forever, okay. Schumacher film, but not Batman and Robin. What a mess. I remember Batman Forever being all right. I'm with you. Wouldn't the Joker want the last laugh, so why would he give away the punchline? True that. Yeah, that portrayal of the Joker there, that was my main gripe about the movie. Was I think I expressed a minute ago, is the portrayal of the Joker there was just kind of sorry, but Batman Returns is my least favorite Batman movie. I'm once again, I have not seen some of the older Batman movies in quite a while, but I do not have a good taste in my mouth for Batman Returns. I've never been a fan of that movie. Super guy said, "Oh well, agree to disagree." But out of those three right there, I don't know. I'm gonna. I don't know. I have to rewatch them again. Batman 1989 movie is superior to Batman Returns within the Tim Burton Batman universe. Yes, it is. Did you know? Most people think that Forever and Batman and Robin are their own separate universe. They're part of that universe. Those 4 movies they're sequels to that. Tim Burton was going to make Batman Forever. He started making that movie. He didn't film anything, but he started doing it. And I think Michael Keaton wasn't coming. It was either Michael Keaton wasn't coming back, so he wasn't going to come back, or vice versa, or something like that. I don't know. Shit happens. He dropped out. But in Joel Schumacher's universe, Batman Forever was a better story, whereas Batman and Robin was really interfered with by Warner Brothers. Got to sell them toys. Yeah, Batman and Robin was notorious for being. I forget they coined some new phrase for it about selling toys and stuff. But yeah, it was all about the toys. Hell Knight loves Batman Forever. Here's hoping the Snyder Cut is the Batman Forever to Joss Whedon's Justice League Batman and Robin. I mean, I'm gonna hope it's a bit more than Batman Forever. But yeah, I get where you're coming from. We'll find out. Well, I'll find out at least here in a little over 24 hours. Because I'm apparently the only YouTuber on Earth that did not get a pre-screener of that fucking movie. I'm not the only one. I know a couple of other people that didn't. But I was hoping I would. I know some people that are around a little bit bigger than me, is subscriber base wise, that got one. So I was like, damn, I couldn't get one. I guess I'm just not quite there. I needed a little bit more time. I could have gotten it. I tried. I love Batman Forever. Tommy is my boy. Go Power Rangers. Oh, the White Ranger thing? Yeah. Is he he's the White Ranger, not the green one, right? Like I said, I never followed the Power Rangers. I was a little bit too old for them when they came out. I guess not. It wasn't what I was looking for when they came out. And then I was at a point in my life, my teenage years, when I was interested in other things. And then when it got to the point, it was already kind of done. Well, they're still going, but they weren't as big, and it had kind of fallen off a little bit when I got older, to that point to where I may have been interested in reintroducing myself to it. So I just never was quite right time for that property. They should do James Bond versus McClane. So JV, they might. Look, they've been making or awesome videos for years. That might actually be on there, because they don't just do comic books or comic book things. Do I still? No, I closed it. I was going to pull it up. I'm sure they get a playlist of all their verses and all that. They might have, because they've got other things. Now, they do a lot of comic book characters, but they've got other things, just popular characters. Super Guy, I did have a different username. It was me. I knew it. See, was it Super Psy or Psy Guy or something like that? I remember Psy being in there. I'm pretty sure, unless I'm giving away something. If I'm telling that name and you didn't want people to know, sorry. No, I don't have a channel, Jacob. So no, it wasn't me. Sadly, I didn't think it was, but I saw that name and I was like, hey, short and sweet. Was she get a channel? Or she got some type of venue where she's making content? Something about it though told me. I was like, no, I don't think so. I don't think that's her. Fucking terrific, or Terrific's here. What's up? Hello. Welcome. We just watched a short Batman movie. Hey, you're so late, Terrific, but still awesome you came. Yes, it is. I know I'm late. I'm sorry. One of my best friends came over today, and I've been spending time with him. Cool. I thought you were teasing us. I didn't see the second line. I know I'm late. Sorry, one of my best friends came over today, and I... make up here, choose your own adventure. What did I do? But no, man, that's cool. Right on. The beauty of YouTube is you can always rewatch things, or not. It's up to you. You can't rewatch a stream because I lock it out after I turn it off. But you can rewatch the shortened or the condensed version that I'll release tomorrow, the next day. Oh, that's cool. Of course, we had to take time to visit your friends. Yeah, just trying to spend some quality time with friends. The end fight scene in the movie SWAT is so awful. That's just a forgettable movie. I've seen it. I remember seeing it. I don't remember anything about it except it's about a SWAT team, and I think Colin Farrell's in it, and maybe like Jessica Biel or something like that. I can't remember. I remember and it's Jamie Foxx. Maybe I'm thinking about Stealth. I don't know, but I know I've seen SWAT, but I cannot remember really much of anything about it. It's that forgettable. Besides the obvious that it's about a SWAT team. It's just so dark. What? Oh, the endings. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'm assuming you mean dark like it's shot dark, not well lit. You want to see a dark movie that you can't even really tell what's going on? Watch AVP Requiem. That movie gets shit on a lot, and it deservedly so. But it's got some. It has some positives to it that I think people overlook. But it's so fucking dark. Like it's dark as shit. Like it's terribly lit. And I guess that's kind of like what they were going for, but there's ways to do that without. I put it to you like this. If you ever see a movie where people are supposed to be in the dark and they're clearly not, and they're acting, and we can see, and we're like, that's not very believable because, I can see, and they're acting like they're in the dark and stuff like that. And you're like, oh, it should be darker. No, it shouldn't. Because when it's really dark and you really can't see what's going on screen, it's just that. You're watching a visual medium, a movie, and you can't see what the fuck's going on screen, so you have no idea what's happening. So I understand why they do that in movies. Terrific setup, not that special. You are. Everybody's special in their own way. Well, Stealth was pretty bad too. I remember very little about that. I remember it's about some fighter pilots and a AI jet or something like that. Pretty forgettable as well. Wow, I use percentage instead of and. I can't type well anymore. Hey, don't worry, man. I never could type well. And I have a job where I type all day. And I'm terrible at typing. I'm just terrible at it. I know how to type. I don't know how to type good. I took typing classes when I was in school. I don't know. I just never do it. I mean, I manage. I can peck really fucking fast. I do more than I do like a peck typing hybrid. I will type sometimes, but I look at the keyboard more than I should. Not 100%. I don't have to like stare at it, but I do look at the keyboard more than I should. But you know what? At 41 years old, I gave up on changing that shit. It is what it is. That's where I'm at. So, I whatever. Yes, you're awesome, terrific. And I'm good. Everyone's here. No, terrific, you're not awesome. You're terrific. You see what I did there? Hell, I said a lot of people harp on the Relic for being too dark. Oh, yeah, the movie with Michael Madsen, once again. And I say, well, the lights go out and they're in a museum at night and it's raining, so yeah, it's going to be dark. I think that movie did it right. Yeah, it's dark from what I remember, but I never felt like, oh, I can't even tell what's going on. Like AVP Requiem, the whole fucking thing was just it was too dark, and also just the way they shot it. I think you can shoot in the dark, but you got to shoot it in a way that you can tell what's going on. Even if something's shrouded in shadow. I remember really liking that movie. I remember when it came out on video, because I think I saw it on like OG on demand, like direct TV, like you could pay-per-view. Yeah, pay-per-view. I watched it on pay-per-view, and I thought it was awesome. Like back in, when did that come out? 97. I would have been 17 or 18, depending on when it came out. And being dark can make it suspenseful. It can. I think shooting in the dark is probably, or shooting a dark scene is probably an art form that the two guys that made AVP Requiem do not have that talent. Well, it's 1:20 in the morning, ladies and jelly spoons. And we got through all that. Got through that little short. Was hoping to do a couple of quick things before I go to bed. I need to go to bed. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and call it quits for the evening. I'm going to do my little outro here. I know last week I said that like a couple of times and I was on for like another fucking hour. I'm not doing that tonight. I'll be back tomorrow night. But by the way, tomorrow night, I still don't know. I've got two ideas of what I'm going to play. I will be here playing something. I don't know what yet. I'll know by tomorrow morning because I'll have to put something out saying this is what I'm playing. So there's a determining factor. I'm trying to make something work as to whether I'm going to play it or not. And if I can get this thing to work, I'm going to play that. If not, I'm just going to randomly pick something to play, and we'll play and talk and do what we do on Wednesdays. And hopefully you all show up. Hell Knight said AVP Requiem did it wrong because you have creatures that are dark in the rain. So that's got to be good. Yeah, AVP, it wasn't just that it was dark. It was dark and everything was, there was no light. Because you can have dark, you can light a dark scene. Typically, if you're lighting a dark scene, you're going to do a lot of backlighting. So there is light, but it's still dark. Like what you're seeing is in the dark, but there's light, so maybe you see a silhouette or something or some soft image. AVP Requiem was just a fucking dark. So like they didn't light anything. It was just dark. And I think they even like digitally darkened it more, probably to cover something up, which I don't remember the movie having bad effects. I could be wrong. So I don't know, but, and they also, the way that they shot a lot of close-ups. Shooting close-ups in the dark is tough because you don't have like as much information to pull from to make, to for your brain to figure out what it is, especially when it's quick cuts, because that movie cut quick also, so you didn't have enough information at your brain's disposal to make out what was going on screen. Antonio said, no, it's 12:20. Maybe it's 12:20 in Michigan. But here in Nashville, it's 1:22. and that's the time I got to go by. Because I'm going to my work tomorrow and show up at 9. And they'll be like, what are you doing? I'll be like, it's 8. No, it's not. It's not. No, it's 8. Why? Because I said so. It is in Michigan. They'd be like, well, you're not in fucking Michigan. Daylight savings. Yeah, daylight savings time too. Yeah, we lost an hour. That sucked. This weekend was already jam-packed for me, and I was out of town, sleeping in another bed that wasn't mine. That sucked. I hate doing that. Terrific. You have to believe in yourself. That you are terrific, and the world will too. Own it. Yes, sir. You do. Will that shit. Make it happen. Also, terrific. I know that you are fairly young. Believe me, my friend, it gets better. The adult world can be hard. It can be tough. It can be shitty at times. But you have far more control, if you choose to, over your life at that point in time. Super Guy said Relic was okay. I remember, I mean, when I was younger, I was 17 years old, I thought it was great. It was awesome. I haven't really seen it since then. I would probably agree with you at that point, knowing where I was at that point in my life and knowing what I remember about Relic. Right now, I'd probably be like, yeah, that was fine. It was good. It's okay. Thank you, I'll try, said Terrific. No, there is no try. There is only do. But no, trying's okay too. Hell Knight, light equals vision, AVP Requiem equals blindness. Agreed, Hell Knight. Okay, see everybody tomorrow. Please, peace out. Yo. Antonio, sweet dreams, boo. Aw. Okay, yeah, let me do this outro and then I'm out of here. You guys try to get me caught up again. I think Short's the one who called me out on it last week. She was like, I thought she was going to quit this thing like 3 times already. So yeah, I'm going to be much more prepared next week. This weekend I have big plans on getting ahead again on my channel so I can be productive, work on my Patreon stuff too. Where's my notes? Here's my notes. Lost my place. Okay. So that'll about do it for this week's episode 8 of the JARcast Movie Podcast. Hope you guys enjoyed all the news segments we had and the trailer reaction and also the Batman short film that we had a look at. I thought it was a pretty good time. I highly recommend checking it out. Coming up this week on the channel, of course, the big one for me and for my channel will be Zack Snyder's Justice League. I'm finally going to get an opportunity to see that in a couple of days, and a review will be coming ASAP. I also, tomorrow morning, have an interesting little movie that I highly recommend checking out the review of course, called Hawk and Rev Vampire Slayers, and it's as kind of out there as that name sounds, but check that one out coming tomorrow morning. I'm also working on some stuff to cap off my video game movie review series, a couple of videos to complement that before I jump into my next series in the next couple of weeks. That stuff will be coming hopefully next week sometime, some ranking videos and just some things talking about all those movies as a whole. And I have another one, I have a couple of other videos coming, but most notably one that I am interested in talking about called Drive All Night, which is an interesting little film, and more. All that's coming this week. As far as my Retro Wednesday tomorrow evening, not 100% sure what that's going to be, but check it out. If you're watching this after the fact, go and check out whatever playthrough it was that I did after this podcast. But thank you very much for listening or watching or whatever you're doing. If you are more interested in seeing or hearing, rather, the audio version of this and you're watching the video version, then check it out on all major podcasting platforms such as Spotify, iTunes, Google Music, etc., etc. It's on all of them, and if it is not on your preferred podcast provider of choice, then just shoot me a message and I can probably get it on there fairly easily. Just let me know. But checking it out either here on YouTube on my channel, Jacob Anders Reviews, or on whatever your audio podcast provider of choice is very much appreciated. And we will be back here filming live, the JARcast Live, next Tuesday, which is the 24th, I think. Whatever day it is, I'll be back here next Tuesday. I appreciate you guys all very much. Thanks for hanging out for a while, and thanks for listening. See you next week. Peace. You guys can still see me. I didn't do the transition. Good thing I'm going to edit this. That's why the audio didn't start. Anyway, those of you that are still in here, yeah, thanks for hanging out and seeing me fuck shit up. All right, yeah, there it goes. See you next week, or maybe tomorrow. Bye.